Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. In today's episode, we are going to be working on Fresh Spots. So this is an app that we started, I guess, about a month ago. We've had about 5 or 6 streams so far, and we're going to keep working on it. And essentially, it is an app where users can create and share lists of places to visit. It has social auth right now just with Discord, and then users will be able to create, read, update, and delete lists. So when you create a list, you can then add a specific point of interest to that list, or a POI, and then you can add a comment associated with that POI, and then once you have a bunch of points on the list, you can share that with other people. That's the goal anyways. So far, we've really just been doing project setup. Yeah, it's been a journey, says Oscar, and I agree. We've pretty much just been doing project setup and really exploring the Deno ecosystem, and working through it and figuring out the right libraries to use and everything else. And so if you look at this repo, !project, we'll get you a link to the repo. You can see what we've done on any given day and what we have planned for today. So today we do plan on at least cleaning up most of the to-dos if we can. And then we'll go back to working on login. Yeah. I like that. Shark Turned Up says, I'd rather share the Deno journey with you than hit my head against my keyboard alone. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you've watched the past 5 episodes, like, I'm a pretty good sport. We've run into a lot of things that were aggravating, or things that we had to get over or get around, but we're doing our best, and we're going to make it work. So yeah, that's the plan for today. We're going to clean up our to-dos. There's to-dos all over our code base. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. Yeah, you should be able to change the stream resolution if it's really low. But we have this to-do tree extension installed, and it shows us every single to-do we have on all of our codes. And so these are just like quick notes we made while we were working on things. And we made the to-do comments like in the code itself. So we're going to go through these. We're at least going to finish the to-do or triage it. And one thing we're going to do today, which we probably should have done from the beginning, and Elite Geek, thank you very much for the resub. We are going to use a project management board. So I'm going to use a Trello Kanban board, and I'm going to move all of these things from the source code as actual cards on the to-do list here. This will be a bit easier to manage and also a bit easier to prioritize. So we'll get in there. Yeah. Yeah, you looked at it in your code base? Yeah, I bet you have to-dos all over the place. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, that's the plan for today. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you here. We'll go ahead and just say hello, and then and I think actually I will start with some news after we say hello. Why not use GitHub's project thingy? I'm just not used to it. I don't know. I like Trello. I'm gonna stick with Trello. Cool. If you want me to say hello to you, you can say hi, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, f, bohio, or bogahay. Say any one of these things, and I will acknowledge you. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, it is, but it's different. It's not the same. It's not the same. I'm going to stick with Trello. Trello is fine. It's free. And the colors are nicer. So what's up, Mark? Welcome in. Hello, Bajosi. Glad to have you here. Hello, the She-Boss. Welcome in, welcome in. What's up, Funny Boy? And Salahuddin. Welcome in. And hello, Cesar and Vulture Bike. Dynamic Voyage. Mike the Tree Climber. What's up, Greenie? And Do-I Lee. And Prawin. And Art Bajan. And Cute Pony. And Salty Ohm. Hello, Limotes. And Demond. And Demerka, and Hawk, and Danielle, and Otmain, and Murdoch, and Zelen, and Potato is Grizzin. I feel like it's been a while. Thanks for being here. Welcome in. What's up, Gregoro, and Pop Blib, and Kasaba, and Random Tacos. Hello. What's up, Leo Leon, and Shark Turn Up, and Distant Sense, and Danger Mouse, and Burned, and Irene, and Oscar, and Moist Hat. What's up, Industries, and Friniz, and Enrique, and Stefan, and Timon. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. What's up, Whoa Dude and Danielle and Suncoast Software and Notlandia and Wanma and Origin and Coding Crypto and Prime and Trailer and Asteroid and Rain Gondo and Tanner Barcelos. Welcome in, everyone. And CKC Richard. Glad to have you here. Before I forget about it, I'm going to put the recent YouTube upload as a comment. We premiered this today, if you missed it. It's the edited version of the Intro to TypeScript stream that I did. Is it latest video? Give me a second. How's everyone doing? How was your week? It's Friday. I'm glad it's Friday. I like the weekend. Though, since this is all I do, I kind of have a weekend all the time. But not really, because I'm like editing videos and other various things. I don't know. Oh no, that was I did that without even realizing it. That's the song that plays on The Price is Right. Okay. Yeah, I thought we had a current video. Yeah, I need to go turn off my air conditioner as well. I'm gonna do that before we get fully started. Cool. That should do that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's catch up on how everybody's week was. Shark Turned Up says they are a bit under the weather. That's unfortunate. Hopefully you feel better. Imposter says it's always a work day. Oh, glad to hear that. Distance Sense working on a link shortener. Nice. Roku got me stressing. I'm going to talk about news, and I'm going to talk about some alternatives for Heroku. That's you said that funny. Upmain has a lot of debugging. Suncoast wants the drop game with the umbrellas. It was a little too distracting, because a lot of times I'm trying to make content that'll be edited into YouTube, and if there's umbrellas all over the screen, it's a little too distracting, but yeah. In my bootcamp, we're going to deploy to Heroku this month. Now I don't know what we're going to do. So, I mean, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. Because my partner teaches at a code school, and they're going through the same thing right now. They're like, what do we do? What do we do? There are some valid alternatives, though. Yeah. You have a 12-hour shift, 3 hours of sleep. Oh, man. Well, lol quanta, my thoughts are with you. Drink lots of caffeinated beverages, and think happy thoughts. What's up, Phoenix Rising? One of your favorite Twitter posts about Heroku. You either die a Heroku or live long enough to become the villain coup. Yeah. It's so, I'll talk about it when I'm talking about all the news, because it's so interesting that they would decide to do that. But they are technically owned by Salesforce. I think they got acquired at one point. And, I mean, Salesforce makes their money in other ways. But I don't know. Yeah. Literally work Monday to Friday writing code. Saturdays and Sundays I hobby code. Nice. I used to. I don't write as much hobby code anymore. Oh, you're working on CS50. Nice. For TypeScript people, is the new release any good? I haven't looked at the new release. Maybe, when did it come out? Because maybe we'll talk about that in the news as well. Yeah, we'll talk about what happened to Heroku. Yeah. Yes, the free dinos are going away. Yeah, welcome in, Canvas. Glad to have you. Yeah. Waiting for the just kidding. Well, I think that's the thing is so I was thinking about this yesterday. Yeah, there's going to be a ton of blowback and they're going to lose a lot of business. But it's literally Salesforce. Large corporations pay them a whole lot of money to manage all of their company data. So do they really need to even be in the hosting business? I don't know. That would actually be really sad, though, because basically they acquired the company and then just got rid of the thing that most people used it for. I don't know. What's up, regular dev? Okay. I need to go turn my AC off, and then we'll get going. We'll get going. Do I have a video? I don't have one to recommend. If you search for Coding Garden TDD or Coding Garden unit tests, there's a couple of YouTube videos I've done where I did some testing and unit testing. They're not specific to any one thing, though. And I would suggest that based on the apps that you're building right now, you should probably learn how to test those kinds of apps. And that's, I mean, the concepts of testing are the same, but the frameworks you use and the runners and everything is different depending on what you're testing. So, yeah. What would I suggest for new people in TypeScript? Well, Canvas, I have just the thing for you. I literally did an intro to TypeScript video, so you can check it out there. And over the coming weeks, there's going to be lots more TypeScript content here on the Coding Garden. We built an Express TypeScript and MongoDB API this week. I'll be editing that today, and that'll be I should upload it and premiere it tomorrow on my channel as well. So lots more TypeScript to come. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I mean technically the TypeScript Express API we built. We also did some tests on that as well. Yeah. I haven't used Nest, and in the past I was like, I'm never going to use Nest.js, but now maybe I will. Maybe I will. The older I get and the longer I've been coding, the more that I appreciate opinionated code. Because there's a lot of bad opinions out there and a lot of bad code bases. And when you have a framework that enforces opinions, at least there's a little bit of consistency. There's less like, I don't know, just trying to figure out how this one dev decided to set up their project. Regardless, I'll be right back. In the meantime, here is a song. Hello? All right, I'm back. Here I am. All right, let's talk news, and we'll talk about Heroku, the whole Heroku thing first, because it's on everyone's mind. What's up, Hip Gamer? Welcome in. Okay. I'm going to set a 30-minute... I don't want to be talking about news for more than 30 minutes. I do want to get to actually coding. So in 30 minutes, we'll be done talking about news, and then we'll actually get into coding the Deno thing. Wait, the schemas, you need help? Like, should I send help now? Please clarify. Please respond. Did I miss... I think I missed your other messages. Is everything okay, the sheepboss? The music, how do I find the selector in the elements of an HTML inspector? Is this like a work critical thing? All right, let's say I want this specific thing. You can right click this and say copy CSS selector. Well, I'm in the way. You can say copy CSS selector or copy CSS path or copy XPath. That should get it for you. I thought you were in trouble, the Shibas. Okay. I stopped using Heroku after that GitHub thing. No biggie for me. Yeah. Maybe someone should create a build tool that allows devs to structure their own code however they want, but then builds into an opinionated way. Yeah, I mean, this would be like a... I forget what... There actually are tools out there that can transform source code, like without changing the functionality. I don't know if anybody would even... It seems like a lot of work for something I don't know a lot of people would use. I mean, it seems like it would be useful because it could like turn it into your opinionated version, but I don't know. Yeah, the music's probably too loud. I'll try to fix that. Yeah. Heroku was weird to get used to, for sure. Yeah. Welcome in, LearnerBot. Yeah. No worries, the Shibas. And like that'll give you what the dev tools think is the selector. You can always just try to figure out a more general selector, because usually that copied selector is like really, really specific. But I mean, you could use the more specific selector. You've been using the dev tools for 10 years and you never knew that. Nice. Oh, I do need to update that README. You're totally right. Did I spell it wrong? Give me a second, because I'm gonna talk about MeDo Dev's tweet as well. Okay. Let's talk about news. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Friday. You're probably, if you're watching this, it's not Friday, but this is the stuff that happened this week. The first big news is that Heroku is dropping the free or hobby tier, and you can read about it in their blog post here. Ultimately, they got rid of it because of abuse. I think they cited somewhere, like too many people were using it for not good things, using up resources, and so they're getting rid of it. And it used to be, so if you've ever used Heroku before, fraud and abuse is the code. But if you've ever used it before, it was super easy to get up and going, and they had a free tier that gave you a certain number of free hours per month to deploy back-end websites or Docker-based websites. And after that allotted amount, you could pay for the dynos like $7 a month. But Heroku was a huge teaching tool. So almost every person that has been learning web dev or learning to code within the past, 5-6 years or even longer has been using Heroku as how they learn about deployment and backend development and stuff like that. So it is a pretty big blow to like learners, but we are going to talk about some alternatives. And I will say that if you are a student that has an EDU address, technically you can still use a free tier. Now that's unfortunate because a lot of like coding bootcamp people or code school people don't have an EDU address. But if you have an EDU email address, I do believe you can sign up. The student program is here at Dreamforce. I don't know, I haven't looked into it, but technically you could look into that. Or you could just say, to heck with Heroku, I'm never using you again. You got rid of my free stuff, which is how I think a lot of people are going to react. I was talking to my partner yesterday, and I just thought, like, my initial thoughts were like, this is a bit of a blunder. Like, Heroku was so popular and like was one of the de facto ways to like learn about deployment. And now it can't be anymore. But the more I think about it, like Heroku at one point got acquired by Salesforce. And they're already like a huge company that has enterprises as their customers. So they're already making a lot of money. Maybe they decided, hey, as much advertisement as the free tier gives us, it's costing us more to run it than it's making us. I guess. I don't know. I don't know how companies work. But regardless, it's not free anymore. So you need some alternatives. First off, huge shout out to MeDo Dev. He did a stream yesterday talking about all of this, and he streams here on Twitch. Now, he does stream in Spanish, but I was able to watch and pick up a few things every now and then. But if you check out the VOD, he's going to talk about all the things I'm going to show you really quick and a whole lot more. And if you check out his tweet, he has links to these things as well. But the first alternative I'll show you is render. So I've never used render. Yesterday was the the first day that I ever saw it. And it seems fine. It seems fine. So you can get started for free. Let's see if we can look at the pricing. Yeah, so static sites, free. Services from free. And so you can see their limits here. The free plan allows for up to 750 hours of running time. That's about equivalent to what you got with Heroku. So render seems like a pretty viable candidate, pretty viable replacement for it. Railway is an interesting one, and we actually used Railway to deploy our database for the app that we're building today. And they do have a free plan, but you can see I'm using it up. So you can sign up for free. You don't have to put in a credit card, and you get $5 of credit per month. And let's see if we can find the pricing here. Let me log out. And then let's look at the pricing. So essentially, Railway allows you to spin up containers, and they have all kinds of pre-existing templates. So if you go to their site and then go start a new project, you can choose a GitHub repo. You can pick from one of their starter apps. Or you can just pick from what's in the drop-down here. And this is what we did. It's super easy. Like, last time we streamed, we literally clicked provision Postgres, and boom, we had a Postgres database in the cloud that we could connect to. But like was mentioned, you get $5 of credit per month. And so it's not equivalent to Heroku, because Heroku used to let you have as many free dynos as you wanted. Whereas in this scenario, I believe if you had multiple running, it would all tap into that same free $5 per month. Yeah, 500. So all of your resources are sharing that $500 a month, I believe. So this isn't exactly an alternative, but they do have some really cool stuff, and I think it's worth checking out. And yeah, and then what's the other one? Yeah, fly.io. Maybe did I spell this wrong? No, that's the one. There's Versal, Netlify, Cloudflare Workers, and Deno Deploy. So all of that to say, I think Render is probably the closest competitor to Heroku, and they do have a free tier, Railway, second place. And then these other things are of varying. They're not exactly like Heroku, but they do give you free deploys. So like Fly.io says, deploy app servers close to your users. So to me, this just reads like edge functions, which are a little bit different than what Heroku was doing. And so with Fly, you get 2 apps for free. I think for the most part, you could deploy similar apps, but it's working in a different way, because a Heroku Deno was literally a container that spun up in the cloud and then was just running. So it's just sitting there running. It's not distributed around the world. It's just one little instance. This, I believe, when you deploy it, it's going to deploy it. You can choose where you want to deploy it to. You didn't really have that much control on Heroku. And yeah, I haven't looked into Quadi that much. You can look at its pricing. 3 free apps, never goes to sleep. That's actually pretty cool. This might be an even closer comparison to Heroku. I've never used this before, so in the future I'll probably do a stream where we try out all of these. Yeah, so there's that, and then there's Versal, which I have used for a very long time. It used to be called now.sh. Now it's versal.com. But the thing is, this can deploy static websites, but their main thing is serverless functions. And so in order to write backends for Versal, you have to write them in a very specific way. They have a lot of templates, and they also support Next.js out of the box. So if you're building a backend app and you're already using React, Next.js is probably the way to go, and you can deploy it with this. But just know that it's not spinning up a server that's running all the time. It's being deployed as Lambda functions. And then same thing with Netlify. They have Netlify functions. Oh yeah, that's true. They literally created Next.js. True, yeah. And Netlify functions is a similar thing. So Netlify has a way of deploying static websites. You can also hook it up to a GitHub repo. And then they have a way of doing Lambda functions. But again, they have their own specific way of handling those Lambda functions. Cloudflare Workers is a way of doing Lambda functions as well. And then Deno Deploy is a way to deploy functions to the edge. And we actually use Deno Deploy for the app that we're working on today. But I do believe it works with things that aren't just Deno or TypeScript specific. Yeah, oh yeah, there's also Firebase Cloud Functions. And that is another way to deploy like little Lambda functions on the back end. Here. Yeah, and so it's to talk about alternatives, like there are different kinds of things, right? Because if you're just deploying a static website, so if you built your app with vanilla JavaScript or with just React or just Vue, you can turn that into static files that only need a static file server to run. So if that is where you're deploying, you don't need these things that offer like certain number of hours per month and stuff like that. So like one of the easiest ones is surge.sh. This is static publishing. You can literally type surge in a directory. It'll upload those static files free forever. And that's because they're static files. But that really, you have to know the difference, right? Because if you have backend code or Node.js code, you can't deploy it here, but you can deploy static websites. Versal works in a similar way, where you can just straight up deploy static files. Netlify works in a similar way. You basically just give it some static files, and it'll just deploy those. But when you start needing a backend, that's when you really want to try to find a more similar competitor to Heroku. Yeah, and then I'll mention, I think Shark Turnup, let me just verify that they were the person that said this. Yeah, so Shark Turnup originally said, they were like, or you could just learn how servers work. And so all of these things in this list are one way or another platform as a service, PaaS. For the most part. There might be some things that are not quite that, but that's how you can think about these things, is that essentially they have abstracted away the fact that there's literally a server in a data center somewhere running your code. And that's great, especially for newer developers. They don't have to learn about system administration or how to set up a Linux machine and stuff like that. So that's what those things are. There are also services that are infrastructure as a service, IaaS. And these are things like AWS, what's that website with droplets? I can't believe I just forgot the name. There's also like Google Cloud Compute, not computer, GCP, Google Cloud Compute. DigitalOcean, I don't know why I forgot the name of DigitalOcean. They have, I'm sorry, DigitalOcean. They have a Twitch channel. I'll just shout them out. Is that it? DigitalOcean TV? That's the one. Yeah, go check them out. Cool. Yeah. So Azure. I didn't know Oracle had one, but apparently they do. Oh, and apparently you can get a free credit if you're a student on DigitalOcean as well. Kubernetes is a type of thing. They might offer deployment services, but they're like in the middle between an infrastructure as a service and a platform as a service, because they're probably using one of these behind the scenes. Linode. That's another one I should definitely mention. Linode has offered to sponsor my stream before, and DigitalOcean has, but so far I haven't taken any sponsors here at the Coding Garden. But yeah, that's another good point, and that's what made me think about this list of static is GitHub pages. Because if you have a static website and it's already in a GitHub repo, you can deploy it with GitHub pages completely for free. But again, it has to be static. It can't be backend code. Yeah, and I agree with that, RG. Like, if you just if you're trying to figure out how to do things in Ubuntu or on a Linux machine, DigitalOcean has so many really good articles. Like, I honestly don't use DigitalOcean. I actually use AWS Lightsail, but their articles have helped me in setting up my machines on AWS Lightsail. Yeah, I mean, technically I'm sponsored by all the wonderful people here, and I think I probably miss this. Limeotes, thank you for the tweet. Look, Limeotes is a sponsor of the stream. Everybody hearts in chat for Limeotes. And LeakGeek. LeakGeek is a sponsor of the stream. Just thought I would ask, what is one like and dislike you have since you went streaming full time? It's complicated because I have competing priorities, right? I really should be focusing most of my time on my course, because that's what's going to make me money, and that's going to be like passive income. Whereas on Twitch, I have to build my audience, I have to get people to subscribe to me, and that's not guaranteed income, right? Like I can't guarantee that there's always going to be a certain number of people subscribed to me. And so that's tricky. And so it's really balancing, like, well, do I spend time preparing to live stream, or do I actually work on this course that's going to make me some money? So I don't know if I have a like and a dislike. It's difficult to think about all the competing priorities. Because then I also have a YouTube channel. It's like, well, I need to edit videos to be uploaded to YouTube. But at the same time, like, YouTube ad money doesn't really make me that much. So, like, should I be spending my time editing videos when I'm not really even going to be making any money from it? But at the same time, it is valuable content. Like, this, the video that I edited this last night and then premiered it today. But, this video is a long time coming. Like, I should have done a video on TypeScript a long time ago. And I can already see a lot of people benefiting from it because, I mean, obviously there are other ways to learn TypeScript and ways to learn things that I'm teaching, but a lot of people like my teaching style specifically, and I think for a lot of things, I bring a new way to think about it, or a new way to learn it, or a new way to look at it. It's pronounced Linode, like Linux. That makes sense. Mick, thank you for the prime. Your comment is a different color because you're either not following the channel or you've been following for less than 30 minutes. Yeah. It really is a balancing act. You can totally throw together a view app, build it, host the dist folder as a static file. Yeah, no, exactly. And that's what I'm saying. And that's why, like, a lot of newbies also get confused. Like, if you're a new programmer and you're just learning React, you're not learning Next.js, you're not learning backend stuff, you're just building React apps, you don't need Heroku. You don't need any of the things on this list. You are building static websites, so you can use any one of these, and these are infinitely easier to set up because it is just static files. So that's something to take into account as well. Okay, here we go. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, we were gonna talk about, like, what are these things? Yeah, so like I said, platform as a service, these are infrastructure as a service where you need to know how to set up a Linux machine. And these all have various pricing. So if you look at DigitalOcean, yeah, exactly. So build your React app or your Vue app, cd into the build or the dist folder, and then just type surge. Boom, done. Oh yeah, and then Firebase also has static hosting. I'll put that on here as well. We need to do a whole video on this so I can do my research and make sure I mention everything. But yeah, here's DigitalOcean. Yeah, so yeah, if you hear the term single page application, that is a static app. And if there is a command that can build your app, typically that means it's static, but not quite. Because if you're using Next.js, then it will actually build it into like little Lambda functions. If you have Lambda functions, it's possible to use Next.js to generate a completely static website. But if you're doing backend specific things, then you can't do that. Oh yeah, you keep mentioning Replit. I will show that because, like, I don't know. Oh, you know what? Here's another one. Glitch.com. This really is for beginners, and I'm all over the place. But first of all, let me show you Glitch. A friendly place where everyone builds the web. Start a new blog, play with React, or build the new world's web XR. It's really cool, and they do have a completely free tier. And what's up, 0x Gamer? Welcome in. And you can do back-end stuff with it. I would say this is mainly for beginners. Like, this isn't for, like, companies that are trying to replace Heroku, but if you're just building basic Node apps and such, you can use this. They have, like, a built-in editor, and then they have a way that makes it deployed and available. So that's a thing as well. And then Replit, I mean, they don't have deployment services, do they? I guess technically you get a little machine and then you can write any kind of code on it. So, that's what I mean, if you're not technically trying to deploy something, but you still want to write, like, backend languages, you could use it on Replit. But I was going to show the pricing on, you can run Bun on Replit. I was going to show the pricing on DigitalOcean. It used to be Droplets started at $5. Now they're starting at $4. It's pretty cool. But this is a virtual machine. Like, you get a literal Linux machine that you have to configure yourself. You have to install Nginx or Apache, configure those things accordingly. Probably set up the firewall. Definitely set up the firewall. Manage updates. It's a much more detailed and involved process to host something on someplace that provides infrastructure as a service. Like basically any service that's providing virtual machines, that's infrastructure as a service. You're getting a fully virtual machine hosted in some data center, but you're in charge of it. You have to manage it. Can you pay $5 and they do that for me? That's when you would use something like Render or Railway. Like basically you don't have to manage all of that. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point, Timon. Like if you're finding a hosting service that isn't one of the major ones, you really have to look at reviews or look at the fine print, because they may not allow you to spin up virtual machines or do the things you're trying to do. Cool. So DigitalOcean is one of the cheapest options. And then what I use is AWS Lightsail. It's even cheaper. Even cheaper. Show me the pricing. Show me the pricing. Look at this. So for $3.50 a month, you get a machine that has half a gig of RAM, 1 core, 20 gigabytes of hard drive, and 1 terabyte of transfer. So if you're willing to pay just a little bit of money and you want to set up a server and such, AWS Lightsail is great. If you're not using Lightsail, then you're using a service called EC2, Elastic Cloud Compute. But this has pricing based on number of hours running. They do have the free tier, so if you've never signed up on Amazon before, you technically can spin up a micro instance on EC2 completely for free. But once you start paying for it, I believe even the micro instance is going to cost you like $4 or $5 a month, maybe even a little bit more than $5 a month. So Lightsail is really like the cheapest it gets. Yeah. Never heard of Hetzner. What is it? Oh. Is it German? They have a German name. Yeah. Well, they have the pricing is in euros. There are a lot of other services like this. Like I don't know how comparable Hetzner is to like AWS or DigitalOcean, which are some like really established companies. But there are a lot of other companies that basically just provide servers in the cloud, or even dedicated servers that you could buy or purchase. Yeah. I'm guessing there's probably a list like that somewhere, but I like that idea. And Mark Boots, thank you for the sub. Yeah. Oh no! I closed my chat. All right, here we go. We'll get there. It's okay, everyone. Everything's gonna be okay. Well. All right. Great. Yeah. So these are all options. I think I'm done talking about that for now. Again, check out this tweet from Midu Dev. He's where I got a lot of the I had never heard of Render or Fly.io. I heard about it from him first. So definitely check out that tweet, and also check out his Twitch channel because he did a whole video about it. It's in Spanish, but learn Spanish. I'm gonna try to learn Spanish. Okay. I think that's all I want to say. Basically, if you want to replace Heroku directly, use one of these. If you want to learn about Linux and set up backend servers, use one of these. If you just have a static website, use these. They're completely free, and they'll be free forever because it's just static files. Yeah, okay, that's all I have to say about that. All right, more news. Oven.sh, which is the company behind Bun, has raised $7 million in funding, which is crazy. That's a whole lot of money. And it's pretty big news. I think like the main news here is the fact that Jared Sumner was able to create a business plan, was able to convince investors that Bun is worth it. Bun is worth, like, the company itself is worth, not the company, but the company could use $7 million to get this thing off the ground, because Jared Sumner worked on it by himself for a year, and then finally he released it about 2 months ago. And, or there was like a public release of it 2 months ago, and then it's gotten a bunch of eyes on it since then, and he convinced some people to give him some money so that he can start the company and do it right. Basically, instead of having it just from open source developers, actually be able to pay the people that are working on it. And so because they have some pretty lofty goals, and to be able to hire some people to work on those goals is pretty huge. So that's awesome. It's a thing. I mean, yeah, it's a thing. Yeah, so there's been a lot of drama and tweets about it. I mean, at the end of the day, like, look, like, it's not just like Jared Sumner showed up and was like, "Hey, give me $7 million." He had to create a business plan of some kind, and that's slightly outlined here. That the money is going to be used to hire developers and to like work things out and get things done. So, what was I saying? Lost my train of thought. I don't know. Yeah, it's like it's a big deal that he was able to get this funding, and especially like the people behind it, like Guillermo Rauch, or Rauch. I don't know how to say his last name, but the person behind Vercel was backing this and part of the funding as well. So like credit to Jared Sumner, like he had to basically convince people that it's worth investing. And when you think about it, like they're probably going to start some kind of hosting company. And then also like the value proposition for someone like Guillermo Rauch funding it is eventually Bun could be running on Vercel instead of Node, and because Bun is faster than Node and can serve more requests, then that makes it so that Vercel can host more apps, run more requests per second with the existing hardware that they have. So, for people like Guillermo running companies like Vercel, it's worth it to invest in something like this. Now, to be a somewhat of a naysayer or somewhat of like a what the heck, like Deno, which is essentially a competitor to Bun in a way, has been out for years at this point. And I don't know. I'm not a business person. I don't have $7 million, but if I had $7 million, I would probably invest in something that's been around a little bit longer. I don't know. I don't know if that's that much of a hot take. It's just like Deno has been around for several years, and people are using it in production. And it's written in a lower level language, Rust, which means that they probably can reach the speed that we were seeing with some of the benchmarks that Bun can do. So, yeah. I don't know. All that to say, credit to Jared Sumner. Like, he launched the thing, got a bunch of hype around it, was able to convince people that he's going to make a business out of this, and he's doing it. He's living the dream. How many people here would love to have $7 million to basically do the thing that you love? I know I would. But honestly, I don't know what I love. I mean, I like streaming on Twitch. I don't know if anybody's going to give me $7 million to stream on Twitch. And Pernike Cigar, thank you very much for the sub. Okay. Yeah, and the thing is, Deno is working on a hot replacement, and which I'll talk about next, because that's the next news. Yeah, cool. All right, we're almost done with the news here. No, I think like that's the other potential issue, right? Is like, okay, right now Jared Sumner was working on this thing for free and without really any pressure. Only the pressure from the community and only the pressure he creates for himself. Now there's even more pressure because there's money invested and like a company involved and such. So it is more pressure, and like that could be a good thing or a bad thing. We hope it's a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, best of luck to the team for sure. Okay. Let's talk about the latest version of Deno. So we're going to be writing Deno code today. And Deno version 1.25 was released yesterday. It's got some cool stuff. And actually, if you look at the Deno blog, they did make a post recently talking about big changes ahead for Deno. Now, some people have criticized them for not mentioning Bun in this release, talking about big changes. And I mean, that's fine. I think at the end of the day, like, Deno has been around for so long, and so it's likely that the maintainers were a bit perturbed by Bun getting so much hype. And it was essentially just a software demo, right? It wasn't production ready. It was just really showing that you can reach the kind of speeds that Bun was showing. So there might be some animosity there. It also just might be that Deno has been around for so long, they've been planning these changes for a long time. And it just happened to coincide with when Bun was picking up popularity. Regardless, they are committing to compatibility with Node and NPM. I think it was something like, within the next 3 months, 80 to 90% of NPM packages they want 80 to 90% of NPM packages to work with Deno. They're going to have a custom syntax for importing from it, which I'm not a fan of, because this basically, one of the what do I want to say? One of the aspects of Deno is that they embrace web standards. And one of the web standards were ECMAScript modules. And the way to import modules was with full URLs and with file extensions. And Deno embraced that. The way that Node does things is not the main standard anymore. The way that Webpack and even Vite allow you to import totally random files, that's not a web standard. That's more of like a bundling tool standard. So the fact that they went with an import that doesn't include the npm URL, I kind of don't like it. They could have made it so that you put a URL there, but it corresponds to a specific package on npm, and then they had a proxy or something like that. I don't know. But regardless, you can now bring in npm packages into Deno because of yesterday's release. They have an initial version of that. Yeah, and then here they talk about it being a really fast runtime, and I think that's the thing is it's already written in Rust, so I think it's a possibility that they can reach the types of speed that Bun was showing. They just didn't spend as much time on it because that wasn't necessarily their focus, but now it is going to be a focus. Cool. So that was released. That was a news release from 10 days ago. And then yesterday, version 1.25 was released, which gave us the new npm feature. So now it's experimental, but you can still do it. Technically you could bring in npm packages before, but it was very roundabout. So you typically would have to use a service like ESM, which would basically take packages hosted on npm that are in the module format, and then you would be able to import them. But you weren't really bringing them directly from npm. This is a proxy. Basically, you were downloading the source code through ESM instead of directly from npm. You used to be able to do this. I think the other aspect of this is if modules were written using requires and module.exports, they might be doing something to allow you to import them. I actually don't know the details of it, but it might also just be that if it is already in the ES module format, then you can use this. And this was cool and news to me. I didn't even know that you could use Express inside of Deno, but now apparently you can. It's probably all of the stuff and all of the middlewares aren't necessarily supported just yet, but you actually can spin up an Express app with Deno, which is pretty awesome. So that's new in the release from yesterday. They also have an init, so you can create new projects. And right now, whenever you're running packages from npm, you have to give them all the permissions because, and this is another thing that I like about Deno that Bun hasn't mentioned or doesn't have on their feature list, is the idea of opting into various permissions. So with Deno, when you run a program, if it accesses the network, you have to specifically allow that. If it accesses the file system, you have to specifically allow that. If it accesses environment variables, you have to specifically allow that. And so that's really cool for the security model because you can make sure that the code you're running is doing what it says it's doing and it's not trying to reach out to the network when it shouldn't be. But right now, when you're pulling things from npm, you have to give it all these permissions. But they're saying that's just because it is an experimental feature. So once they get it fully working, you'll only have to specify the permissions that it actually needs. And then they also created a new experimental HTTP server API. And it is 4 times improvement over Node.js and 3 times improvement to their existing web server. And this is another cool demo because they're basically just showing you that right now, today in Deno, you can just do a little bit of React server-side rendering. You bring in React and React DOM, and then render this component to a string, and then respond with it. They mentioned it only supports HTTP 1.1, but pretty soon we'll have HTTP 2. So this would be like server-side rendering, not necessarily serverless. You could deploy this to a Lambda function, but ultimately what's happening is this React code is getting rendered to HTML on the server, and then the server is responding with it. Where it's running, it could be a Lambda function, an Edge function. It could be on a Node server, but yeah. And then they also increased start time. So I think before they had some issues like with caching the modules that you've installed, but now after the initial run, the startup time is way faster as well. Yeah. What about HTTP 8? I don't know about all that. They haven't mentioned it here, but yeah. I don't think you can run Prisma yet, but whenever by saying that they want to support 80 to 90% of the packages in 3 months, that likely will mean that yes, you can use Prisma. I'm sorry for all the scrolling. Where was I? Oh, never mind. It was in this article that mentioned 80 to 90%. That's all I wanted to show. Yes, 80 to 90%. But I'm thinking that it'll be more likely that Prisma will be supported. And if you look on the Prisma GitHub repo, there's actually an issue open for support in Deno, so because a lot of people want it. But I think as they do the work to get these packages working, they're going to make it easier to support Prisma, because all of the things that Prisma was missing when trying to run within Deno are getting fixed and created. Okay, that's it for Deno news. One last thing to talk about, which is pretty fun, is that MDN, or the Mozilla Developer Network, has dropped IE compatibility from their site. So MDN, we use it all the time for searching things. So if I just search for array split, not array, array split isn't a thing. String split is what I wanted. We use this site all the time for web dev stuff. But if you scroll down on a specific function or a global object, you'll see what browser compatibility it has. Obviously, string split is compatible everywhere. That's like fundamental to JavaScript. But it used to be that Internet Explorer was listed in this compatibility table, like down here, that was like, yes, you can use string split in Internet Explorer, but it's gone. And they say the reason they did it is because Microsoft dropped support for Internet Explorer on June 15th. So there's only 0.28% usage of IE across the world, across the globe. Limo says, time for me to change browsers. So yeah, we're really seeing it. IE is finally dying. And that's another thing. So Can I Use is a site we use all the time. And it still lists Internet Explorer compatibility, but you'll see it used to be they listed it on the far left because it was the one that like didn't support the most stuff, but now it's listed on the far right. And look, you can do string split in IE6 even, so that's nice. So yeah, that was some fun news. All right. Does anybody have any other JavaScript or dev related news they want to talk about before we start writing some code? Oh, new TypeScript. What's the new TypeScript version? Do they list it on their website? Do they have like a blog? Blog. Announcing TypeScript 4.8. Okay, here we go. Oh, that was another thing. I guess it's not dev news, but Chrome is okay. This is actually huge for Firefox. Google Chrome is potentially going to be blocking AdBlock. It's going to make it so that you can't install AdBlock. That was the thing we should talk about. News? Know your meme. Is it real? Don't think it's true. That's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, now all of any user that was able and knew how to install an extension is just going to move to Firefox or Brave. I just want to find the article on it. It's possible that I was susceptible to fake news, but I want to see like an official Chrome release on this. If anybody could find it, link it to me. I guess I'll search Google for this. Maybe they'll tell me. How to disable your ad blocker? I wonder. Oh, The Verge. Okay, they're a respectable news source. Feature called Web Request. Interesting. Yeah, so it's going to make it so that you cannot intercept web requests. And that would essentially disable ad blocking. Yeah. Okay, so this is a news article from June 10th. It was news to me, but so basically, okay, let me break it down, and for people that don't understand, and I'm sorry for not talking for like the past few minutes. When you create extensions for Chrome and Firefox and whatever else, there's this thing called the web manifest, which describes all of the features of your extensions and what it can do. And when your extension is running in Chrome or Firefox, there's a specific API it needs to use to be able to do the things. So when a plugin like uBlock Origin is running, it intercepts all network requests, so it can determine if it should allow them or not. Because if it's a network request for an ad, it's going to block that. In the manifest version 2, excuse me, it was able to listen for any network requests happening on a page and block it if it determined that that would be requesting advertising content. What they're saying is in the next version of the manifest, which gets released in 2023, they are removing this API. So extensions will no longer, excuse me, having issues. With the move to Manifest v3, extensions will no longer be able to intercept network requests. It talks about they have a new API, which is declarative. So it's likely that they won't be able, like an extension won't be able to take into account all of the possible advertisements because of this new API. I don't know much about that one though. But when this change is released, a lot of Chrome extensions are going to break because they can no longer intercept network traffic, and that's the prime way that things like tracker blockers or ad blockers work, is by intercepting network requests. So yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, and some people are mentioning Pi-hole. So basically, an ad blocker extension blocks certain network requests happening on a specific web page. But you could potentially block advertisements at the network level using something like Pi-hole, which gives you like your own DNS server on your local network. And if requests are made to look up known advertising servers, your custom DNS server will not respond, and so then those ads won't be able to load because your computer won't know how to even load the domain. So that's a thing. Okay. Let's look at the new features of TypeScript, see if there's anything worth noting, and then we'll write some code. Yeah, and so Pi-hole would work for every device on your network because it basically is intercepting all DNS requests on your network and responding accordingly. So yeah. And like that's the other thing is like once that happens, Firefox is back. Like I used to use Firefox back in the day. So before Google Chrome was even a thing, Firefox was the browser to use because they had this extension called Firebug, and like this was the precursor to all modern dev tools. Firebug. it was great. And like, if you wanted web editing and dev tools like this, you had to use Firefox and Firebug. Then this little thing called Google Chrome came out, and it was so much faster, and it had like these dev tools built in. So I switched to it, and then now I'm back on Firefox because Google is tracking every other part of my life. I don't want them tracking my web habits as well. Yeah, so but I say that because all these people that were on, like all these devs that did switch to Chrome are going to switch back to Firefox, I think, or Brave. But here, this is like a not sponsored. Choose Firefox. Don't choose Brave. Choose Firefox. That's all I will say about that. Okay. So just to elaborate on that, would you rather support a for-profit company that is actively hiding ads and also potentially inserting new ads from advertisers that they deem good or whatever? Or would you like to use software from a nonprofit company and use open source extensions where the code is auditable? And I guess, is Brave open source? I don't know. Just use Firefox. That's all I gotta say. Yeah, use Firefox, use DuckDuckGo. Okay. No, Mozilla's nonprofit. Mozilla Foundation. The not-for-profit behind Firefox. Yeah, and that's another misconception. DuckDuckGo is not sharing data with Microsoft. DuckDuckGo will potentially use Bing as a source of results in your search results, but the search results are not Bing search results. They're just able to cross-reference and include results from them, and they're not sharing data with Microsoft. Yeah, okay. I'm not even going to talk about the new features in TypeScript. I guess I'll link that if you're interested in reading about the new features in TypeScript. Okay. Let's write some code. Cool. There's that. There's that. Oh, yeah. I mean, I didn't... That's the other cool thing about the Mozilla Foundation is they also are in charge of and manage the Mozilla Developer Network. And there are actually a ton of really good high-level articles, not just developer documentation. Here's an article on understanding client-side JavaScript frameworks. They also have an article on how the internet works and stuff like that. They've got some really good articles, and they have a Vue.js tutorial on here. Yeah, they're a really cool company. Okay, for those of you that are just joining us, we're going to be working on this app called Fresh Spots. So this is an app where users can share lists of places to visit. So essentially, a user can log in, create a list, and then add points of interest to that list. And then they get a shareable URL they could share with someone else, and they can see those places on the list. So you could do something like create a top 10 places to eat, or top 10 pizza places, or top 10 museums to visit, or something like that. That's the goal. So far, we've really just been setting up the project, setting up the database, getting auth working. We haven't worked on any actual features yet. And this has mainly just been an exploration of the Deno ecosystem. And also an exploration of this framework called Fresh, which we actually haven't used much of. Most of our work has just been in Deno and TypeScript, getting things up and going. And for the most part, this isn't necessarily a tutorial in that I know what I'm doing and I'm reiterating that to you. This is me figuring things out, talking through it, and also getting help from chat if I can't figure things out. And there are other So there's a playlist of the past episodes. This is technically the 6th stream that we've done on it. And like my goal also is once I get the app working, I'm actually going to take a step back and then do a proper tutorial now that I know how all the things work, and it'll be less than 6 episodes long. So that's the plan there. I'm standing. Yeah. Okay. let's get started. So if you look at this GitHub repo, there's a bunch of, it lists all the things that we've worked on in past episodes. Today, we're going to clean up our to-dos. So if you look in the code base, we have a lot of comments all over the place that say, do a thing, or hey, come back to this later on. And basically, as we were working on it, we would just add to-dos like, I don't feel like working on this right now, I'm just going to do it later. And so today we're going to work on those to-dos. I think the way I'm going to handle it is I'm just going to start from the top and go down. And if we come across something that I don't want to work on or I don't think makes sense to work on today, I'm going to put it on this Trello board and we'll use this to manage the project. Honestly, I should have been doing this from the beginning because we've had so many things I've been working on, but this will be a nice way to manage all of the stuff. I would say check out. Someone just asked about the list of Heroku alternatives. Let me get that really quick, and then we'll use Zod. That's the first thing we're gonna do. And our to-do comment is telling us, hey, instead of describing a table this way, use Zod to describe it, because then we get a schema validator and a type an interface out of it, which is gonna be good. But real quick, let me get this. Thank you for that posture check. Yeah, I'll put it in a gist, but I'm also just going to link you to Midu Dev because this list would not have been possible without Midu. That tweet has all of these things linked. It's in Spanish, but that's okay. Also, Midu talked about all of those things in this video as well, also in Spanish, but I don't speak Spanish. I was able to pick up most of what he was talking about. And Pablo, thank you for the bits. And then I'll put this in a gist because these are all the things that I was mentioning as well. Yeah, Miguel is his name. Heroku alternatives. I need to put. Cool. There's that. Good agers. Welcome in. Oh, right. Quadi is blocked. I don't know where Quadi is based. It's blocking your country. That's unfortunate. That's mean. That's mean. What country? You're in Egypt? Okay. Well, use one of the other ones. Okay, so just a quick rundown of the code. We are using a library called Keasley to interact with our database. So Keasley is a really cool library that is essentially an alternative for connects. And I like it because it gives you really good type completion. So you can see in this example here, select from, and then you get type completion of the table name. And then when you're choosing column names, you get type completion for that as well. So if you're familiar with Connects, it's a query builder for Node.js. This is like that, but it has way better type completion. And it was written in a general way so that it could work with Deno or Node.js. And so one of the streams, we basically just worked on getting Keasley working with Deno. And shouts out to Oscar in the chat who had a huge help in doing that. But we basically had to create a DB class that did all the right things that Keasley was expecting, but regardless of all of the hooking into Deno, you set up your database access like this. So you have an interface called DB schema, and then you have a property for every one of your tables in your database, and then you just point that at an interface. And then you get really cool type completion on your database queries. So for instance, I think, we'll probably have a database lookup in here. So this little database query here says, look at the social profile table, give me back these two columns, and only give me rows where the provider ID is equal to the ID of the user logging in. Execute this command and take the first result. But what's really nice is you get type completion right here. So all of the available property names we get access to when I'm writing my code. And then right here, we get type completion of all of the available tables as well. So it's a super cool library, and it all just works on interfaces. So I literally have an interface that describes the user table, and it's just a plain old interface. There's a few like useful classes from Keasley where you can do things to say like this number is going to be provided by the database because it's generated. And then, yeah, it's pretty basic. But what I want to do, oh yeah, that's the other cool thing is like if you're doing a join, and you might have seen that in my autocomplete. If you're doing like a join on some other table, that's it's amazing. So how many times have you been working with a library and you want to do like aliases on your select columns and you have to manually type it out? Like this is awesome. Really good thing. Okay. And typically when you're doing like a table join, you want the full table name.property because sometimes it's ambiguous if you're joining two tables together. But regardless, which brings us to our first to-do, which is to use a library called Zod. And so Zod is really cool because it allows us to define a schema validator, and then it allows us to extract a type from that schema validator. And that makes it so that we have to write less code. So basically what I'll do is I will define this as a Zod schema, extract out the type, and then I can use that type with Keasley, but I can also use the validator in the request as well. So we already have Zod in this project because we actually used it to define our config. I have it in here? Oh yeah, we have schemas over here. So I defined a schema that represents all of the environment variables that I needed to bring into my app using Zod like this. And so we're going to do a similar thing. So let's go. We want import star as z from Zod. And if you're new to Deno, typically when you're importing something, you actually use the full URL like this. But that gets really cumbersome, especially if you're importing in multiple places. So I have this import map.json file, and I specified that when I require in Zod, it should come from that specific URL like that. I guess I could. Can I import Z? No, Z is not a named export. I believe I do have to do Z dot, yeah, like this, Z dot object. And so I can do it like this. I can say export const spot list table, and that is going to be a Z dot object. I was just thinking, though, it gets tricky because we have this base table class that I created, and base table has a created at and an updated at field. So I forgot. This actually is going to be pretty tricky. I don't know if there's any Zod experts in the chat. Like, how can I create a Zod validator that represents some other generic type? For now, I'll just do these basic properties. So basically, all of these we can define with Zod. So I can say ID is a Z dot like this. And so now I have a schema validator that I can pass an object, and if ID is not a string, it'll throw an error. If name is not a string, it'll throw an error, etc. We also, I think we can make some of these optional. Like, no, I think even like user ID would need to be required there. But then I do need the created at fields string, and then the updated at fields. And it's not a string. It technically is it's a string or it's a date. Or it's undefined. Because like when I'm inserting, I want the database to specify the type for me. So this is what we want. But the issue is that's not quite what we want, because this, you see this column type that comes from Keasley, it actually describes what the type should be based on the operation. So if you look at this type, how they defined it, basically the first type you pass in, when you're selecting from the database, it must be of that type, which makes sense. So when I'm selecting, it should be a date because it already exists. When I'm inserting, it should either be a string or undefined because the date object has to be converted to a string when it's inserting, or because I'm inserting it, I may not specify the field at all, so that's why it's insert. And then for update, I never will specify this field because it's getting updated by the database itself. So that's going to be tricky to expect. Let's see what we can do here. How does Zod compare to IOTS? It looks like they do a similar thing. If you look on the Zod documentation, they have a comparison to section. So I've never heard of that library, but let's see what they say about it. IoT is an excellent library. The API is heavily inspired by the design of Zod. In our experience, IoT prioritizes functional programming purity over developer experience. So yeah, they talk about it there. I only recently learned about Zod, and it's great. Like I like everything that I've seen so far. So yeah. Okay, so we could do an somebody linked the extend, so we possibly could do that. And then what is the Stack Overflow saying? Attach refinements. Z.Zod type. All right, let's see how Oscar says to do. Oscar's been a huge help on this project. Let's just see what you got. Did we get it right? All right. We've got A, we've got B. Well, this is just what Stack Overflow is telling me. So we call refine, and then we do an intersection. Do we have a, I think we have a syntax error. There we go. I don't know how this is going to help me though, because I specifically, like what we need is to make it this type. So we need to validate the type. Yeah. What's up, yes sir? Oh, we're not close to the end. We're just getting started. I may not worry about this for now, and then this becomes just becomes a further to do. Like, how do we express a specific type? I see. But what I'm worried about is how do we express this column type? Like, I know there is like a z dot native. Let me see. So z dot Zod type. And then like, could I pass this in? Write a custom validator. Yeah, and then that becomes the tricky part, because then with TypeScript, how can I use a type for runtime validation? And then does this have a refine? Okay. Let's look at the refine on here. Zod lets you provide custom validation logic via refinements. Okay. I don't think we can use TRPC with Deno. We might be able to, but that goes completely against what we're doing here. Because we're going to do some serious server-side rendering. We're going to be like having database queries before a page is rendered and such, which is not. I mean, you technically could use TRPC for that. I honestly think I'm gonna put this on the back burner because here's why. Now don't freak out because I've given up on this specific task, but here is why. So because this has the column type, and then column type has a specific, like, column type is a type that has these read-only properties. We basically would have to describe. So here's what I'm thinking. We have something like the date type, and this is a little function that will return. I guess I'll do it with implied return. So z.object that has a these. And then that's where I can do the select type would be z.date. And then the insert type would be z.string or z.undefined. And then the update type would be z.never. So this is how I would have to do it. I also need to make it read-only. Does anyone know how to do that? Because then I could do something to say, like, created at is of type date type. But this will allow the generated interface to, or the created interface, corresponding interface, to work with the Keasley library. But what wouldn't work would be during validation. Because during validation, I actually want to omit those two on creation. I guess I could just create a separate type without the dates, right? Maybe that'll work. Let's do that. Okay. And actually, so I actually want to do this in the type that we're already using, so I can test it out. Because social profile would be the one to use this on. So we're gonna go back, social profile, and we're gonna redefine this using Zod. Z.never would all, yeah, I mean, because that's the update field. Oscar did something. Hey, trying to bring the stream down. Okay. Great, we have that, and then now we want to convert this into Zod. So, social profile table is z.object, like this. And then the generated thing we'll have to do in a similar way to like the date type. And then we also have a created at, which is date type, and then an updated at, which is a date type. And this generated thing is what we're going to have to create. So generated of type S becomes column type of type S, like this. So we have something like generated number. This will be z.object. It has all of these properties. But when you select, it is of type number, which is this S. When you insert, it's number or undefined. And when you update, it's number. Actually, update should be never as well. Like, you would never be updating the ID. So that shouldn't be S. I think it's just never. And then on insert, technically, you could define it. But in most cases, when you insert it, it will be undefined because you don't want to specify the ID on insert. It wants to be generated. And then when you select it, it should be a number. This. And then ID becomes generated number, like this. Provider type is an enum. I do believe we have like native enum. And then we could pass in provider type, like that. So provider type, we declared over here. These are the different providers that you can log in with. And then we're saying that it must be one of those types. Let's see if this works. We're going to export the social profile table, but we're also going to grab the type, social profile table, and that is z.infer type typof social profile table. And so this is how we grab an interface or a type out of the schema validator. Let's try it. So now that we have this defined and then we're exporting it, like all of our other code should technically work as well. Like this, where we're querying the social profile table. So select from social profile, select should, yeah. And then, so we still get these. That's good. And then, like, this code isn't erroring out. I guess when we do an update, that would be the same thing as well. So we said you should never be able to update the ID. So right here, if I say ID is 42, get an error. The number is not assignable to value expression, etc., etc. So yeah, that should be an error on update. But on insert, I technically should be able to, well, not to user. On insert, I should be able to specify ID. Yeah. What's up, Benji? Tyler says pog. Like, it seems like it sort of works. I don't know what this type error is, though. Let's see. User ID does not exist in type read-only insert object. Oh, did I not specify that? User ID is a z.number. Here we go, says Oscar. You're going to be debugging forever. Let me read this whole error. Missing the following properties from type. ID created at, updated at. And then do I make it optional? Oh yeah, let me install this TypeScript error translator too. So yeah, in the TypeScript stream yesterday or day before, someone mentioned it. TS error. TypeScript error translator has 24,000 installs. Confused by TypeScript errors? Translate them into human readable language. Sure. Oh yeah, thank you. It's Shalman. We need to. I should have taken a few stretches by now. Whew. Readable errors? Let's see. Let's see. So it should be on the insert here. TS. How do I use it? Restart the TypeScript server. Restart. I haven't tried Raycast. I already have a license for Alfred, so I just keep using it. Raycast seems cool, though. What's up, Hygor? Welcome in. Well, it didn't help. Let's do a window reload as well. This seems more readable. I don't know if it changed anything. So insert string or undefined. And right now, oh, because I can't insert as a date. I see. Okay, so actually, that's one thing I should change, is that this can be, whenever you're inserting a date, it can be a string, undefined, or a date. So, because on insert, it will get stringified. So that should fix that error. Yeah, look at that. Oh, maybe not. So on insert, it should be a string, date, or undefined. Updated at does not exist in type. Did I spell it wrong? Yeah, we'll do a C# stream at one point. I really like Entity Framework. It makes working with databases really great. That's a C# thing. Can I check the inferred type of the whole object? Argument of type. Here it is. Is it because it's not read-only? Is Django like Entity Framework? Or is the one in there? That'd be cool. Well, I updated the type to allow a date. So I don't think I have to toString it. It's really weird to me that we get the error that like property doesn't exist on like this error is just wrong. Updated at does not exist. Actually, okay, let me make sure that I'm doing the date type right. Because if we look at this, so for select, should be date. For insert, it should be string or undefined, in this case, or date. And on update, it should be never. I'm not updating, am I? I'm inserting, right? Yeah, this is an insert. Yeah, so I don't think we need to toString it. Something's funky. Something, I've missed. Let's look at the column type again. So we have our select type, our insert type, and our update type. Select, insert, update. Well, I have it as never because I want my database to set that property. Like, I don't want application code to be able to set it. Technically, I could do the same thing as insert, like date or string, not undefined, because if you're updating it, you have to specify it. But right now, also, did I call these the right thing? Let me just make sure I didn't make a weird typo. Okay, select, insert, update. Let's comment those two types out and see. We might narrow it down to the ID. So here I'm saying select it as a number, insert it as a number or undefined, update it as never. Okay, so we got rid of the date columns. Now, user ID does not exist. Provider type does not exist. Provider ID does not exist. Social profile, or they literally, okay, something's really wrong. Username does not exist. Avatar URL does not exist. Okay, now what error do you give me? Missing the following read-only properties from type. Length, concat, join, slice, and 21 more. Okay. Do we have the wrong type here? that's definitely, that's an array. Okay. So, oh, because it's values. Wait, no. Values accepts either an object or an array. Let me verify that all of the other interfaces are set up the right way. So this is social profile table. We define the schema validator, we define the type, and then we export that type. Now, if we go to the DB setup, we're importing social profile table, and we're specifying it right there. So that looks fine. It's weird to me that just defined this way, it actually is expecting an array type. Like, let me get rid of the ID as well. Yeah. That looks good. That's great. That's awesome. But the moment we add the, like, apparently I'm just doing this wrong. because when we do this, that adds the ID type, which says insert z.number or undefined. And that's what gives us the error. Oh, you know what it is? Okay. We need to tell Keasley that it is of this type. We need to do something. We need to say something like this returns. Because right now Keasley is like, that's a weird thing that Zod gave us back. What I really want is this. Number or undefined. Never. And then this is going to complain, but then we just TS ignore it because we're like, hey Keasley. Well, actually, let me... Deno? Cool. Now we're like, hey, Keasley. Or hey, yeah, this is fine. Okay. Because otherwise, it was expecting like a nested object. And we don't want that. We want it to think that it is this type, which it technically is. It just doesn't have the read-only properties. And then we do that. Okay. And now we've fixed the error. And now if we try to specify ID, oh, I guess we allowed it for insert. But let's just do a quick test. So if we say z.never on the insert, that should give us an error. Well, we're working in TypeScript. That didn't work. Let me fix the TS ignore. TS ignore never forgets. Change the return type. Yeah, that's what that's the return type we have here. Oh, and then yeah, so now Zod complains. Okay. So I want to ignore it here too, I think. Anyways. I think. Yeah, so I made insert. We lost all type completion. I've messed it all up. I guess there's got to be a better way. I think it's okay. So let's not TS ignore that. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Like z.zod type. Let me look up this Zod type thing. This is what I want, like with the z.lazy thing. Okay, here we go. It's not complaining. Okay. So we have Libimage. Thank you very much for that prime. This is it. So we have told it that, hey, this is what we're creating, but it actually is of type column type. And then we can change this to on insert never. Okay. Okay. Now we're getting errors. That's good because we didn't specify these. Great. And now if we try to insert, yes. Okay, because this says ID doesn't, yeah, so we can't specify the ID on insert. However, if we do number or undefined, we can define it on the fact that I just changed that to number undefined and it threw an error, like we know TypeScript is working for us, because now I need to actually do this, number undefined, like that. I'm not I don't want to be specifying an ID. I was just testing it. Honestly though, we'll make it never, because for inserting, you literally never should specify the ID. Okay, we're gonna go with this. And now we want, for the date column, why don't we leave this for later? I think we're almost there, though. Date or string or undefined. And then we want these. And then yeah, they should hang out and chill. Date. Oh. Like this. Property insert is optional in type, but required in type column type. All right. This is where we're getting into that, I think that read-only issue. I think we can TS ignore this one. I think this one is okay to TS ignore. And then we can do this. All right. So it still complains about ID. If we're missing a required property, it still complains. And if we try to do the created at, it's okay with it because we said on insert, it can be a date string or undefined. Cool. And then when you update it, we're going to handle that in the database, so we'd never do that anyways. All right, I'm happy with this. I think this is what we needed, and all of the other tables will have to define in this way. Yeah, so let's actually test it now. I need to start up Docker, start up the database, and then we can test it. But I like this. And Krusty, thanks for the reset. Why is this complaining? Oh, because I should specify a version number. Okay, so hopefully I can do docker compose up. That should start up my database. Database is ready to accept connections. And then we should be able to do Deno task start. Listening, no type errors. Look at that, we've got a site. Let's try logging in. Authorize. No errors. Setting a cookie. The drop game has a 90-second timeout, so you can only drop once every 90 seconds. All right, I am happy with what we have so far here. I'll actually write a to-do that just says, maybe find the best way to do this. But I'm happy with it. Let's create a... I'm going to pull out the generated number and the date types into, like, let's call this, like, Zod utils. And then I can reuse those functions in all of my interface definitions. We need both of these. And then we will import that from there. And import that from there. Cool. Awesome. So now we can just repeat this for all of our other tables. And we should be good. I mean, I could actually even do one more util where we have a timestamps utility function that returns an object that has created at, which is a date type, and an updated at. Cool. How am I finding Fresh? Honestly, I haven't done enough in it to really give an opinion. I've just been doing other Deno and TypeScript related things that aren't Fresh related, so for what we have done, it seems fine. Seems fine. What even is Fresh? Basically, it's kind of like the Next.js of the Deno world, but it also supports the concept called islands, where you can have some things that will have interactive JavaScript, but otherwise it just assumes everything will be server-side rendered. Okay, let's use this timestamps thing now. And so now I can do timestamps like that. Okay. Well, now let's do the same thing for all of our other tables. So we just want this. It's an object, and then this is a generated number. This is a z.string. I swear I know how to type. Z.string, and then we add some timestamps. And then we grab the type. String 9, user table, type of user table, like that. And then we export it. Export default user table. Boom. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Let me run format and lint. So yeah, like added some semicolons and stuff. Oh, I need a reason. Okay. Let's add a tsignore reason. Reason? Because I want to. These are tsignores in other places. I'll worry about that later. Okay, what I want to do right now, just to be sure, is I want to drop everything from my database, all the like users and social profiles, and make sure that I can still get created and such. Z.lazy we found here. This allows you to create something that is of a specific type. And we needed that because Keasley wanted us to think that generated number is of type column type. Otherwise, it would think that it's an object with multiple properties on it. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna go to adminer. That's not it. that's my old overlay. What port is adminer running on? So Prisma isn't supported in Deno yet, which is why we're using Keasley. I've never used Prisma before. I want to use it. But also Keasley is really cool. So I don't know. What was I looking for? This. And then we want port 8090. Yep, OBS is my, That's where the stream is coming from, is OBS. All right, Postgres. DB. Username. I don't know. Let me not leak my keys and then grab the DB username, which is Postgres. The DB password, which is that. Apparently I generated the password. Oh, you know what? It's still looking at production. I should definitely change that. So technically it was talking to my prod database, not my local database. Okay. Yeah. So that was real bad. But I do want to talk to my Docker database. So to do, change this later. Username, freshy fresh. Password, freshy fresh. Secret. Cool. Mark Boots with the bits. Had some spare biddies. Thank you very much, Mark, for the 190 bits. Okay, here we are. And what I wanted to do was to go in here and get rid of the user that's in here. Well, apparently we have a bunch of users. I think this is when I was testing all of the various things. So let's delete all those users. That should have been an on delete cascade. So in the social profile table, there shouldn't be anything. Yeah, so all those got deleted as well. All right, now here comes the real test. Well, we gotta start it up. And then we'll log in, make sure that it inserts a user and a social profile. Well, password authentication failed for user freshy fresh. That has to do with that's a database issue. That's not another thing. Let me make sure I didn't do anything weird here. Okay, that fixed it. So earlier when my database spun up, it was using the wrong DB password and such. So now, let me make sure I can do that. And here we go. So if we look, nothing in the social profile table. Nothing in the user table. Now let's log in. Nice. Okay, so we got redirected back. No errors in the console. We see that we got an insert into Keasley from the debug logs. It was the last time we were working on this cookie thing. That's not completely done yet. Quick stretch. Rob says, I keep hearing about Svelte. Should I check it out? Oscar says yes. Veritata says no. Svelte is interesting. And what's nice is it doesn't have a virtual DOM. It generates really performant vanilla JS without a virtual DOM. So that's why Svelte is cool. All right. We have a user in our database. There they are. And then they have a social profile. Great. Provider ID, avatar URL. Awesome. One thing is, so I did say I wanted the updated at to be triggered by the database. For now, I'm going to require it, and I'm going to put it to do to add a database trigger. To do, add database trigger to auto update this. Cool. I'm working on to-dos and creating new to-dos, but we're not going to do this one right now. So if I do that, we should now be getting an error over here because the update is missing. Because it has to be a date or a string. Oh, but I need to update this as well. Oh no, this. Cool, so now that I've updated that type, it should complain. It should complain. Because we want the select type is date, the insert type is date, string, or undefined, and then the update type is date or string. So by specifying date or string right here, we must set it on update. Let's do. It doesn't give us an error. I would hope that we got a type error there that says we're missing the updated at property. Cool. Legit question. Is there a place where you try to fix broken code just for fun? So you're basically asking, like, you want like a playground of broken code so you can practice fixing code? Is that what you're saying? Clone this repo and try to fix the to-dos. That's funny. No, I mean, all of the work I do on this app, I try to do it on stream just so everyone can see my process. Okay, that should be fine. So all I've done there is whenever a user logs in and we've already seen them before, we are now setting the updated at field. So what I would expect is now in the updated at field should be a more recent date if I try to log in again. So if I do this again, still get redirected back. But if we look at this, yeah, now this has the latest date, which is cool. All right. We're not quite done yet. There's a couple of more interfaces we need to update, and then we'll move on to the next to-do. First try. Okay, we need to update the spot table. Let's going to look like this, but we're going to change all of these to be spot table. And then we want all of these. Well, there's another to-do that we could potentially address right now. We want the timestamps. We have the ID generated number. First try. That's funny, Oscar. First try. Okay. Yeah, we've done it. I'm going to leave this to do. So we are using PostGIS, and we've specified latitude, longitude as a geometry type. I think it'll be as easy as just saying location is of type object with X and Y, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay. Cool. So that's the spot table. And then I think we have one more. So we have the user table. It has been updated. Spot table. Good to go. Spot list table. This is the one we tried to work on, but then we didn't get it. But this should be easy enough now. So, oh, not that. That. Oh. We've already done it. We just now need to use those special types we created. So now this should be a generated number, and then these are timestamps, like that. Cool. Type. Spot list table. z.infer. Type of. Spot list table. Great. And then we'll export it default. Yeah. The low is saying, I hate the problem when I always write perfect code and have no errors. It makes me look bad when trying to fix somebody else's code. Meaning that like they see that like you're really good at what you're doing, but then the moment you try to go help them, you can't. Well, not that you can't, but it takes more effort than that. Is that what you're saying? Okay. That's the table. Great, great. Yeah, I literally live in Mountain Time Zone. Where did we just see that? I don't even... Oh, here? What? Am I going crazy? And then we don't need base table anymore, because we have that little helper function. So that's a Zod object, that's a Zod object, that's a Zod object, and that's a Zod object. All right, we now have a new to-do, though, because we defined all of those Zod types, but whenever we do schema validation, it's probably going to break because we would have to specify like a nested object with inserts and updates and stuff like that. So to do, create separate types, separate Zod validators. How do you spell separate? Separate. Create separate Zod validators for insert / update. Okay. Today we removed 2 to-dos, created 4 to-dos, and added 1 TS ignore. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm going to test it one more time, and then I'm going to commit this. Authorize. Cool. Yeah, updated at changed. No errors. Set the cookie. Good to go. All right. One down. All right. What's next? Let's look at our to-dos. Use point type. That's a. I made a weird error there. Okay, that's for later. Use a library or extract this to a reusable library. Let me figure out if this. Let's figure out one to work on because there's a lot here. Like the thing is, this could be the easiest fix ever. We could bring in that library, boom, good to go. It also could just break on us, and I don't want to spend another hour debugging another library, so I'm going to save that one for later. Yeah, this extension is called to-do tree. Yeah, and it basically looks for these / to-do comments in your code base. All right, not that one. This one's easy to fix, and we'll do it by merging a pull request. So basically, we had to write our own... I'll answer that question, though, first. So Veritata says, if it works, why not break it? Oh, I thought you were saying, why break it? But why not break it? I would say, though, that, like, if we use a library here, then it's less code that we have to maintain. Because all of this driver code is custom code. And I think, like, most of it should work most of the time. But someone that's written a library that includes all of this stuff may have written tests for it, or they are the ones maintaining it. So now it's less code that I have to maintain. So that's why it makes sense to use a library. But also, if we use a library, it could break because they may not be doing all the things that we want to. Yeah. Okay. Where was I? Here. Oh, yeah. So part of integrating Keysly was we had to write a custom database migrator so that it would work with Deno. And right now, I did this manually. But somebody made a pull request, and they're like, hey, you, if you just do this, then you don't have to write it at all. And I'll merge that in. So shouts out to Joe Howell. And all they do is instead of defining a custom function like with a custom join, if I just pass the join function from Deno, well, from path, which is in the standard library, it should work cross-platform. So we are straight up just going to merge this in and give our thanks to Joe for doing this for us. I think they just had one commit. Yeah, this is it. Merge it. Cool. So that's merged in, and then now I should just be able to bring it down. Nice. And now that's fixed. I guess. I mean, I merged it in thinking it would just work. We probably should run the migrations to make sure the migrations work. So let's do this. We're going to migrate down. That should have dropped all of the tables. And if we look in adminer, all of our tables are dropped, and the migration table is now empty. Great. And then if we want to bring it back up, we do this. And honestly, also, you can see a to-do right here. Instead of commenting out this code, I should allow for a migrate up and a migrate down. Cool. And now we should have these tables. We do. Awesome. Okay. It's pretty great when I can just accept a pull request. That was a pretty simple fix too, so I'm okay with merging it and not like writing the code myself to show you what they did. Let's do this to do just because we're in this file. So right now we have a deno.json with a migrate task, and that just calls that file. But what I want is I want to be able to do something like -- up or -- down to decide which one I want to run. And right now I can't do that. So let's do that. And this will be a fun exploration of like using command line arguments in Deno. Let me clean up my tabs. Deno command line args. Well, that's a Medium article. Just show me the Deno docs. Examples.denolan. Cool. Oh, they have a command line parser in the standard library. Ooh, Ooh, that's great. Let's do it. So I'm going to add args to my import map. Like that. So that'll bring in the flags library. And then over here, I want to import it. So we'll say import parse from flags. It's erroring out because it hasn't cached that dependency yet. And then now we can do this. Quick stretch. Whew. Oh, you make a good point, Me Not Santa. I need to update my Deno version, and I should check to make sure that I'm using the latest version of all of these libraries. We'll do that next. Please remind me if I forget. Okay, right here is where we can parse it. Boolean up and Boolean down. No defaults. This gives us back flags dot up. So if flags dot up do this, if flags dot down do this. And if they're both true, throw an error. So if flags dot up and flags dot down can only migrate up or down, not both. Okay. And then if flags dot, if neither of them was specified, we tell them up or down flag missing. Okay, so now I would expect if I try to run Deno task migrate, it should say missing. Up or down flag missing. Great. And also you can see how Deno works. Basically, because this was the first time I used the flags dependency, it had to download and cache it. So now if I do dash dash down, I don't know if I have to do anything special like this. Let's try it without it. That works. Awesome. And now I can do, and we'll confirm. So now that I did down, tables are gone. And now if I do up, nice. That was, we did it. we did it. We didn't run into a lot of issues. We've done it. I think I'm okay with this solution here. And then, of course, we can test. So if I do up and down, I'll be like, yo, you can only migrate up or down. Don't do both. Nice. First try. First try. Okay. Cool. So let me commit that and push it up. Things are going weirdly smooth. Actually, before I even do that, I think I will add specific tasks. So we have migrate, but let's also do migrate up. And then migrate down. Let's see if this works. I just jinxed it. I mean, come on. Deno task migrate down. Nice. Nice. I feel like they're like this. It used to be that I got first try all the time. I don't know. Like I don't know. I've gotten worse, worse at coding, I guess, worse at figuring things out. Because we used to get so many first tries, and it's been a while. Maybe it's because I'm working in this project, and it really is testing me. Okay, let's push that up. Awesome. Yeah, Deno is a runtime, not a framework. So if you check out deno.land, it'll talk about it. Basically, it's a replacement for Node.js. And it's created by the same creator of Node.js, but it does some things slightly differently. Yeah, I think that's the thing, Limotes, is like people say first try now just when I don't get it first try, which I'll admit, it's funny. I laugh every time it happens. All right, let's find another to-do. Let's find another to-do. Yeah, so we're skipping those two. Skipping that one. I mean, that's all the code we worked on today, which created more to-dos. That's fine. Let's see what else we got. Let's show an error message instead of instant redirect. Let's work on this one. So right now, if we go to /auth/GitHub, well, I've got to start the app up. If we do that, it just redirects to the home page. It's like, I didn't know what to do. If we go to auth/discord, that's a real thing, so it actually tries to log us in. What we should do is, if the provider wasn't found, we need to show like an error page. And I have to decide how I want to do that, because I could have a specific error page, like /error, and then pass in like a message. Something like this. Well, it's not quite a not found. I guess, yeah, like if I was thinking if I were doing this in the Node.js world, I would probably just call next with an error, and then it would handle it. However, we are doing more server-side things, right? We are doing an actual redirect rather than responding with an error JSON payload. And I mean, what I want to do is like redirect to no provider is still not found. What happens if something really isn't found? Nothing. we definitely need to handle 404s. How do we do that? Let's look at the fresh docs. Yeah. I agree. It should be a 404. It definitely should, but I want I still need an error page. Oh no. Okay. I was about to say, the literal docs are down. Come on. All right. Yeah, Fresh was created by one of the core maintainers of Deno. All right. You should, Virtar is asking, what would you prefer as a noob with a computer science degree? You should look at the job postings in your area. I would say, I mean, things change and it varies by company, but usually larger companies and corporations use .NET or Java, and smaller companies or startups use Node.js, though that has changed a lot. Like, Node.js is used at a lot of enterprises and large companies as well. I'd say look at the job postings in your area and see what they're asking for. Yeah. You don't want to learn how... Well, .NET, you just need to learn C#. That's all you would need to learn if you did .NET. For the most part. I mean, there is like F# and Iron Python and Visual Basic.NET, but C# is the main .NET language. Do I want middlewares? So Deno, to I'm Space Duck's question, Deno is a JavaScript runtime that has some more security features and like more features that are more closely aligned with web standards than Node.js is. That's really the main difference. And it's created by and maintained by one of the people that created the original Node.js. I don't think that's true, Veritar, but it depends. I mean, I don't know. You can look at like State of JS or look at the Stack Overflow surveys that they've done. All right, I need to focus. Just give me 10 minutes of focus time so I can just figure out how do we do a not found page. I'm thinking we probably want like a catch-all middleware or something like that. How to implement a 404 page? I mean, is this with... This is more so like... I think it's a fresh concept. Yeah, because we don't have a router. They're probably using... Yeah, they're using Oak. Oak specifically has a router. Let's see. Error pages. Whew. Here it is. I don't know why that took me so long. Thank you, Oscar. We can literally create a file called _404. That's awesome. I love it. That's a beautiful solution. So over here in routes, we literally create a new file called _404.tsx. And now if something is not found, we can redirect here. And we can just have a super basic page. I mean, honestly, though, we do want to have some like default styling. But if I just do that, now if I go here, we get the not found page. Great. Awesome. So how should we handle it? I'm gonna keep reading their docs. Oh yeah, I'll merge that because we're gonna style this page. So I'll merge or do the steps that you said. Manually render a 404 page. Context.render not found. Nice, nice. Okay, so over here, when there's an error, that's where I want this render not found thing. So right here, instead of doing a redirect, I can do not found. Doesn't exist. Oh, did they define it? Getting lost between the fresh spots. I like that. Maybe I'm on an older version of Fresh. Let's see what the latest version is. How can I tell? Um, 1.02 is the latest release. And I'm on version 1.02. Okay. It is a TSX file. I'm wondering if the render not found was just like something I have to define. Oh, am I not specifying the type? Handler context any record string unknown. No, I'm still inside the Git, and we still have this context here. I'm just going to try it, and I'll TS ignore it. Maybe I just have the wrong types. Let's try it. So if I go to auth/GitHub, right now it should respond the 404. Render not found is not a function. All right, let's search their issues. I might be missing something. Or I have to specify render not found somewhere. Issues. Render not found in the release. 6 days ago. Wait for the next release. Or use it from the main branch. That can't be the right answer. Come on. So this got merged in July 8th. Looks good to me. Okay, how do I handle this? If that doesn't exist, I guess I could look at the source code. Copy the GitHub raw file URL. I guess I could just literally redirect to but also I kind of want it to be a transparent redirect. Maybe it doesn't need to be a transparent redirect, but to do use this in next release. But for now, we will do response dot redirect, and this is where I can like pass a message in. What is this? In the meantime, I created this hacky abort. It's fine. I don't want to do like render to string or anything like that. I kind of just want to redirect. But this is literally Oscar. This is your issue, right? That's pretty awesome. I'm just gonna do the redirect, and that is going to be config.base URL. And actually, does that have a slash on it? It doesn't, so we'll put the slash on it. Base URL slash not found message unknown provider string. Like this. And then we'll redirect to that URL. So this should be good. And then we'll update the error page to have some nice styling here. So now we'll update this page to pull in that message prop and like show an alert or something like that. Yeah, and so that's basically what I'm doing is I'm redirecting to not dash found, and if I ever create an actual page called not dash found, then this would break, but I don't think I would ever do that. Yeah, and I can have spaces in the URL, like those actually will get converted to %20s. So So that's fine with me. And then now we can just work on styling this 404 page. But before I do that, I want to get Tailwind working. And Oscar opened up an issue telling me what to do. I need to install these two extensions. So I have the main Tailwind IntelliSense. And then I'm specifically using a library called Twind. And we have that installed. Great. The issue was before I wasn't getting autocomplete, but the issue is I need a Twind config file. And it just needs to be empty. And now, I mean, maybe I need a... No, it can just be empty. Okay. And now I should get autocomplete for that. But let me copy some of the styles that we've done. I mean, I'm going to copy this whole component and then just rip a bunch of it out. And also, we probably could create a new... like the nav... This nav bar needs to be its own component. Let's do that. I'm going to create a folder called components. And so these are going to be server rendered components. They will not be islands. They're still going to be server rendered. But yeah, cool. And so now over here on this, we can pull out this entire nav. Like that. And then I should be able to do nav bar like that. And then over here on nav bar, export default const nav bar is a nice little function that returns that. Why are you complaining? Oh, I probably need this. And I need this. And that, apparently, I was trying to do a top-level comment. Okay. Oh, I don't want ESLint. I want Deno format. Format document with Deno. There we go. Okay. Okay. What's up, Mesley? Welcome in. Okay, so we have this navbar, and basically all I did was I ripped that JSX out, put it into this file, and then now I can use it over here. So I should be able to just import a navbar from components. You got it. And now, if we go to the home page, great, and that's in a separate component. So now I can reuse that on my error page. And I also could create like a layout component. Let's do that. So we'll have a file, call it layout.tsx. And basically that will do the job of making it full screen with the nav bar, and then it'll have a section where we can put our content in. So I want to take all of this and essentially make it the layout. I'm going to copy from the nav bar because that was a lot of stuff to figure out. Basically, I need all these imports and then that. So layout, it's going to be very similar. We'll call this layout. And then export it. This is going to return some JSX, and then we'll copy that from here. It's going to do this. But right about here in the main is where we would do something like children. We also need to import layout or import navbar here. Cool. And then this should give us access to children. But then we need prop type validation. I need to say something like this is a functional component. Because then it should have access to children, and children are like a thing that I just want to render right there. Great. So this is more of like a React concept. Basically, I've created a component that allows me to insert stuff inside of it. So now I can use this layout component over here. Basically, all of this stuff I had inside of main. What I really want to do now is I want to go grab that layout component like this, and then I can put my code right there, and now it's actually like a child. And then I can import this from components. Cool. Cool. And now I am getting Tailwind autocomplete because it's like, hey, display block isn't a thing. But, well, I'm still not getting autocomplete. Can I just do block? Yeah, I guess I just wanted block. Block. Cool. And then apparently align center isn't a thing. Well, it is saying vertical align center. Thank you. Thank you, Tailwind people. This is my second time working with Tailwind, so I'm new to it. Okay, so this is great. So we've done the refactor. We pulled out this basically this high level layout component that puts our nav bar, has all of our styling and colors and everything like that. And then we also pulled out nav bar, which I mean technically we could have just put it in the layout, but let's make sure. Yeah, homepage still works. But now my 404 page can now use this layout just like we did in the index, and we get all of that beautiful styling. So now if we go to the 404 page, let's pull this in, and then now, oh gosh, we're gonna return a layout with that paragraph tag inside of it. And now watch this. Now when we go to something that doesn't exist, boom, we've got the layout with the nav bar and the content, etc. Cool. Let's put more of like an alert, like a centered area here. And then also, I want to grab the message property as well. So I'll define an interface called not found page props. And this extends unknown page props, but it also adds a message property, which is possibly undefined, which is a type string. And so now I'll say that this is of that specific type, which will give me access to the message. And so I can do a little conditional rendering here. If message is a thing, show a paragraph with that message. Otherwise, say not found. I guess it's in the query string. It's not a prop. Do I get access to the query? I need to look and see how Fresh works. How do I get access to the query? Oh yeah, you're totally right. URL.query or dot. URL is of type URL. Yeah, so this is actually what I want to do. Okay, never mind. Don't define a custom interface. use the existing one, and then get the param from the URL. Cool. So I can do something like this. Message is equal to that. Like this. Nice. I mean, not really. It broke, but paragraph undefined. Wouldn't it be url.search? Oh, look at the issue again? Okay. Thank you, Timon. I'll throw that in there. Why you URL? What? What do you mean? All right. For now, we do need a default config. Cool. So, and this is where we can put our theme. We have a to-do to add our theme there. Oh. I just don't know how to code anymore is the thing. I don't know. There we go. Beautiful. That's what I want to see. Also, we'll start adding more Tailwind-like stuff. Okay, let's see if I get autocomplete now. Give it a second. I mean, at least I get error messages. Dang it. Okay. Yeah, I have both of the extensions. So I installed, I was following this issue. So I installed Twind, I installed Tailwind, and then now I set up a config file. So how am I supposed to use Twind though? Regardless, let's go back to that copy paste Tailwind site. I always forget what it is. Tailwind, is it Flowbyte? I think we used Flowbyte. We literally, I think before we went into like navbar and like copied it. So what I want is an alert. The danger one. This one. It's this one. Really, I'm gonna do it like this. And now we want this to be TW. I think the other issue is like I should just use Tailwind proper at this point. If I want to be able to do this. I think we mentioned this last time. Like that. And that. Doo-doo-doo-doo. And then we'll do this. Message, and if message isn't defined, just straight up a string. Okay, we need TW from Twind. We have to import it like this. Yeah. All right, now check this out. Oh, nice. Okay, let's add some padding on top of it. Oh, not padding, margin. Margin 4. Nice. I like it. And then now if we also go to somewhere that's like, wow, not found. That's pretty cool. That looks good. Cool. I mean, do I have to like call this as a function? Yeah, that's the issue. Okay, yeah, don't use it as a template function. That's what's tripping up the extension. Like this. It wants me to do this, and then now, man, I thought, anyways. Maybe it doesn't like it inside of JSX. Yeah, for whatever reason, when it's in JSX, it's not auto-completing. But out here it is. Okay. In a second, I'll catch up on comments. Let me... is this all of the functionality that I wanted? It seems fine. I can log in. We now have an error page. We now have... if we try logging in with a provider that we don't know of, we get unknown provider. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and commit this code, and then we can try getting in... Tailwind or T-wind working. Words are hard. Words are hard. Okay, let me commit this. Sparkles. Add layout. Handle 404. Cool. Immortal Box, thank you very much for that prime. Have I tried autocomplete at the end of the string instead of the beginning? Let's see. I think the extension is just a little bit bunk. Link back to the home page. I think I can click this. Yeah, you can click that. Yeah, so if you click this, you get back to the home page. What's up, Hertvik? Welcome in. All right, let me look at the messages that Timon has been sending. Oh, I'm going to use your cookie thing. We just haven't gotten there yet. I liked the thing that you made. I will use it. Not that. Oh, did I just get rid of search completely? I used to have a user search. Oh well. What do I think about Bun? It's fine. It's got a long way to go. Like if I were placing bets, I would place my bet on Deno just because it's been around longer and it's backed by the person that wrote Node.js. Though I didn't mention this earlier, but it could also be that there's someone out there that was like, I don't like Deno, and I don't like the people behind it, and I'm going to put all my money into something so that it succeeds and Deno doesn't succeed. That could be a thing. I don't know anything about the maintainers of Deno. Like, are they not popular on Twitter or whatever else? But regardless of all of that, competition is good. Like, if and when Bun is like production ready and it's super fast, like all that is going to do is drive competition, and it's going to make Deno try to be faster. So it's a good thing. It's good to have competition. Yeah. I haven't tried Solid, but it looks really cool. We'll do a quick aside on Solid. Basically, this is like Svelte, but uses React-like syntax, which is why I think it's going to see bigger adoption than Svelte. A lot of people aren't picking up Svelte because they don't like the template syntax, whereas Solid looks like React. Look, you can use JSX, but then they have their own little functions that are like effects, but they're different. They're called signals. It's pretty cool. It's cool. It's cool. Write a bash function to do a commit? Yeah, I could. I appreciate that shark turnout. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the bum job posting. There's that Twitter that you could interpret it in multiple ways. I think all Jared was saying was we got a lot of work to do, and this isn't like a cushy job with a ton of vacation and not a lot of work. Like, if you're going to work here, you're going to be doing work. I think, like, he phrased it in a way that made it seem like you would be working overtime and not have a work-life balance. But I don't think that's what he meant. I'm not even going to talk about it. But, like, that, I don't think that's what he meant. He just meant that this isn't the kind of job where you have days where you're not doing anything. So, yeah. Yeah. Why do I have no advertising on Twitch? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Wakamut. You gave Solid a try and didn't like the syntax at all. Yeah, I could see it. I see it as if you're an existing React dev, you'll instantly know how to use Solid, but you get a lot of the benefits of Svelte that you don't get with React when you use, if you use Solid instead. Yeah. I haven't, and it's just because I'm so busy with other things. But let's take a moment to appreciate our friend Daniel Schiffman and Julio. Thank you very much for the Prime. Shout out to our friend Schiffman. He's an amazing dude. Honestly, I probably wouldn't be here without Coding Train and without Daniel Schiffman. I remember. So this was, I guess 6 years ago at this point. I was watching Coding Train live on YouTube, and it was just after he had enabled YouTube members. Like, they had just released that feature. And I was logged into my Coding Garden account, and I subbed, because I was like, yeah, of course I'll support him. I watch him all the time. And he knew who I was. He was like, Coding Garden? I watch you all the time. So that was crazy. And then we talked a little bit, and eventually I got to do, I was in New York City, so I got to do a live stream on his channel. He's awesome. He's a good dude. I used to be in the chat all the time, and I'm not anymore. I need to be. He did a really cool recent video. And the She-Boss, thank you for that gift. Appreciate that. Go watch this video if you haven't. I haven't yet. Don't spoil it. I want to watch it. I haven't found the time to watch it yet. But he basically time traveled back to 1980 and then wrote Snake on an Apple II computer. So that's awesome. And if you're completely new to coding and you want to learn to code, check out that playlist. This is great for complete beginners. This playlist is also really good for like non-technical people and also kids in terms of learning how to code and do visual stuff. But yeah, Coding Train is awesome. Thank you for saying that, Beck. And I need to, like, the thing is I'm still in the Discord and I see the messages, but I'm just so busy with other things that I don't get to show up there. So yeah. Yeah, so he doesn't really do web dev stuff like I do. It's more about like creative coding and like also like building games and interactive things, but it's still really cool. And he does a lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning stuff as well. Yeah. Yeah, you could probably say that, but I also think like I don't know. Like, people know what they're getting into if they get hired there. I'm not allowed to stream on YouTube at the same time. Anybody that is streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time either has a custom contract with Twitch or is just breaking the rules. And I don't want to break the rules because I like Twitch. And if I did that, they could kick me off the platform. So, yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll link that video when I was on the Coding Train because it's good times. We should definitely collab again. And he came on my stream too. So, this one, yeah, he came on my stream and I taught him how to build a Discord bot. And then this was like a year or so before that, I went on to his stream and taught about full stack app development. Yeah, or if they're not an affiliate or a partner, they can technically stream to YouTube at the same time. Yes, let me catch up on chat, and then Timon, I will take your input and try to fix it. Yeah. Yeah, like that's the other. It's like React without all the baggage. That's the tagline for Solid. React without all the baggage, and your apps are instantly faster because you don't have to think about re-renders. You don't have to think about like weird dependency issues. It's basically what React should have been. Okay. Get your 2-year-old started? I mean, like, they have to know how to read, at least, I think, to be able to code. I guess not. There are visual coding languages that you probably could get them started with. Yeah. Twitch just has better APIs. There's also like a larger community of people watching live coding here on Twitch. It's not as big. Like YouTube is really more for edited content. I do a lot of stream of conscious figuring things out as I go, and that's not as popular on YouTube. So, yeah. It gets tricky. Like, technically, you could use a different camera, but so they released a new thing about exclusivity. And they mentioned you're allowed to stream on TikTok Live and Instagram, but you're not allowed to cross-stream on YouTube and Facebook Live. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's the other cool thing is, like, building chat-related functionality is super easy with the Twitch APIs. YouTube is very difficult. I've figured it out. Like, if you've seen me streaming on YouTube, I have this chat, an older chat overlay that is actually pulling in YouTube chat messages, but it wasn't easy to figure out. And they don't have WebSockets or an IRC thing. It's literally, I'm literally pulling their API to get the latest messages. Yeah. Do I like Astro and the concept of less JavaScript? So Astro is if you are building ultimately websites that should be static or should be server rendered. I don't do a lot of server rendered stuff. So it's not exactly that. Like, really, if you want interactivity and you want JavaScript, then you should be using something like Next.js or Next.js, not necessarily Astro. I think Astro can do server-side rendering, but it's really meant for like ahead of time generation. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it used to be that people would find me live on YouTube because YouTube didn't know what to do with me, because there are all of these creators with like tutorials and stuff like that. And like the people watching those would be the people most likely to tune into my live stream on YouTube. And so I think every now and then YouTube would advertise my live streams to people watching other videos. But that's what I would have to depend on. There's no like live coding directory or channel or anything on YouTube. So yeah. Astro can inject reactive components from any firm. Yeah, it technically can, but like if you look at one of the core maintainers talking about it, he really just talks about it like it is for building pre-generated sites. Welcome in, Kajansha from Hungary. Very cool. Adonis seems cool. I've just never had the chance to try it. All right, let's try to get Tailwind autocomplete working. Do we have a to-do for that? Okay. So Tailwind CSS technically is not a dependency. What's the difference between the chat on the right and the one on the left? The chat on the right is sometimes behind because I'm scrolling. So I can scroll down and see older messages, but I'm like, at this point, I would have been 4 minutes behind. So I keep this open so people know that it actually is live. I don't know. Yeah, I want to American 2050, but those streams also always just go so long because people are so opinionated and people just have so many, I don't know, questions about like, why are you using that or why don't you use that? I don't know. Look at the output of VS Code for the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. Delete tailwind.config. I don't have a tailwind.config. Do I need a tailwind.config? Do I just want it to be twinned.ts? Well, we probably want that autocomplete at some point. Open a terminal and click output. I never use the terminal in VS Code. Terminal. Open. Launch. Focus. All right, we've done it. We have a terminal. Step 1, get a terminal. All right, look at the output for Tailwind. And I guess I'll open up a file that has it. Yeah. So I recently just did a YouTube video. It literally came out today on Intro to TypeScript. I think if you've already worked in TypeScript, I don't know if this video would be as useful. Unless everything's really confusing to you and you didn't like any of the intro to TypeScript that you've watched. But you can watch this video. And I only talk a little bit about interfaces, but yeah. Shark Turnip says they thought it was helpful. That's good. Click the third icon from the left on the bottom bar. Oh, this one. Cool. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. We're here. Now what? Twind IntelliSense is the task that I want. Oh, I see it. Okay. Extension is enabled. To disable, change the twind.enable setting to false. Configuring twind using no twind package and no twind config file found. Not activating twind IntelliSense. And then we'll just try it like on this 404 page. I mean, this is the weird thing though, right? If I do this, oh no, it's gone. I think it's because I renamed this file. t1.config.ts. There we go. Now it loads up because it says extension enabled. Yeah, and so that gives me autocomplete there. Great. The issue is if I try to do it here, I changed nothing. I changed nothing. All I did was remove the import type. I guess I changed it to TypeScript instead of JavaScript. I mean, the import thing broke it? Okay, that makes sense. All right. All right. And on that note, I'm done for today. All right, I'm going to do one more to do, and then I do have to go because I've been live for a little over 3 hours. Thank you for bearing with me, Timon, and thank you for the help there. I think the main issue is that I had that comment at the top, and thank you to Oscar as well for the suggestion. I think so. The what we're up against right now is that this is not a standard React app. It's not a standard TypeScript project. It is a Deno project, and so what we're used to doing in those projects might have issues working in a Deno project. So cool. Well, thank you, Kiss My Pixels. I appreciate the compliment. All right, let's look at our to-dos. Here we go. Get those values to actually set. Oh, we could do the cookie thing. That's going to be some work, though. Yeah, so right now we have a to-do where we're not setting the cookie in the best way. Oh, it's true. I have been standing for 3 hours. Let's update. We'll update dependencies as kind of like our last to-do and then make sure everything still works. Feature list and call to action. Sure. Update to use parameterized port. Sure. Make sure these variables are set. We are. That's a free one. We can just delete that. We already did that. We a while back we converted this into a, and then we're passing it here to the Zod schema. Great. We're getting stuff done without even doing anything. All right, and this one says maybe clean up the error that is logged. We'll do that in the future. All right. The last thing I'll do is just make sure that all of my dependencies are up to date. We'll call it there. Technically, yeah, I did say I was going to do that. I said I was going to move the to-dos in here. I'll do that off stream. You don't want to watch me copy and paste in here. But yeah, we don't have an npm upgrade, so we kind of just need to check all of these dependencies manually. Does anyone know a good way to do that? You look at Preact. We're 10.10.6. Okay, so we do have an update there. Thank you, Kaiser. Appreciate the comment. Preact render to string. Wait. If I just go updating this stuff, is it going to break Fresh? Because Fresh is kind of dependent on Preact. Oh, we need to directly upgrade Deno as well. That is true. So this is 5.2.2. Like that. Cool. Twin. Zod, we should lock to a specific version. Let's do that. So if I go to Denolan, search for Zod, let's just lock it to the current version. Because right now I have it set to latest, basically. And if things ever change, then I'll be in trouble. The Deno website has changed their layout like 3 times since we started. For a few days, they were giving me the exact thing that I could copy paste. I guess this is it. This is what I need to copy paste. That's what I need, okay? We just installed flags today, so that should be the latest. Though, we did copy it. So 0.153. Oh, because we copied this from an outdated example. So we want that. Yeah, we want that. Twinned. Preact is it's kind of like React, but it's rewritten. It has a different license, and it's lighter than React. All of the things you know about React will just work in Preact. It's you could literally copy paste the code, but it is an alternative. Why did I just go there? What's the latest version of Twinned? 0.16.17. Good. We're the latest on there. Yeah, exactly the same syntax. So this will upgrade us. 0.21.4. Ooh, so we did get a minor version bump. Shouldn't be a breaking change. Shouldn't. All right. Update Deno dependencies. How's it work? UDD dependencies. This probably doesn't work with source map though. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. So here's the issue. I'm using source maps. I'm not using a dependencies.ts. Maybe I should, honestly. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no worries, the real infinite. You're allowed to share links. They just have to be valid and not bad. Why do I need two? Oh, it's not 2 separate installs. It's 2 different aliases. So Deno will see this URL and only cache it once, but there are multiple places that I'm importing it from in my code base. Sometimes I want the full thing. Sometimes I want to do a slash on it. So yeah, this isn't exactly equivalent to like a package.json. These are just aliases And at runtime, Deno will download my dependencies. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I was reading, there is an issue, like if a library was written for React and you want to use it in a Preact app, it is possible to do. You just have to do a little more work. All right, let's find the latest version of Postgres. I'm gonna do it manually. I mean, this looks cool. This looks cool, but their convention is I guess this could. I would have to update all my code everywhere if I did this, though. Everywhere I'm importing a dependency. Yeah, that's another thing. All of the standard library needs to be on the same version as well. You only live once. Yeah, I guess we could move away from an import map. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, Fresh they have this import map, but probably all other dependencies they don't put in here. Let's do it. We'll create a deps.ts. I don't know. The longer I stream, the more hesitant I get to like doing actual work. Regardless, okay, we need to convert all of these to some kind of import. We're gonna leave these in the import maps. Everything else we're gonna do ourselves. Okay. Here we go. Some editor foo. Okay. TWN is going to look like that. I'm going to have to okay, after I finish this, though, my code everywhere else needs to change as well. But that's okay. And then now everywhere we're doing standard library. Need to make sure that it's 0.53. Oh, cookie was a really old one. All these commas need to be semicolons. All right. Export star as. Yeah, I believe Oscar added a pull request to do that in my library, which makes sense. Makes a whole lot of sense. I guess I could use underscores. Do we want to camel case it? All right, we need to handle these one by one. So I need to search my whole code base for anywhere I imported Zod. Yeah, so import star as Z from. So everywhere I have this, I believe I just want to do import Zod from, or Z from deps. And then Z is not a defined export, so I should call this Z. And then we get rid of that. Oh, and then, yeah, it's a named import. Okay, and then we actually can do @ like that. All right. Now, everywhere I imported Zod, I need to change this. Cool. And then now I can remove Zod from my import map. Like that. Cool. Why not replace all? I want to make sure that, that I do it one by one and I'm not messing anything up. Also, for now, we'll comment these out. We'll do them one by one. And then why are these complaining? Cool. And then we'll do the flags thing because I'm only doing that in one file. So flags was over here in the migrator. Then it gets weird though, because I have to import flags from @depend. And I can't destructure it, but that's fine. Do flags.parse. Cool. And really, this is arcs. Why did we start doing this? Oh, because we wanted to be able to do the we wanted to be able to run the update command. That's why we're converting. Okay. But that's fine. I removed a not. Oh goodness, I don't think I did. I think I'm all right. Let's call this args. Cool. So, if neither args, missing. If both, only one. Otherwise, that. Cool. Would that work? No, see, it's you're confusing destructuring with named imports. So you technically can't do that. What you could do is this, and then say like that. But I don't want to do that. Can I explain this? Yes, but not right now. Not right now. Why is it complaining about DB? Property private refers to a different memory account we accessed from within. That's some other issue. My app is still working, so that's good. All right, where are we at? We got flags. Great. Now we want T-Wind. And I think I specifically... I mean, I probably need a break, but I don't want to take a break because I just want to be done. All right, let's search our whole code base for anywhere we imported twinned. Like here. So import tw from at / dependencies. We'll export it as tw. Hello, Schwartz. Welcome in. And also, just to comment on... Yeah, so that's exactly what I was going to say, Shark Turnup. Yeah, you have used it, but the reason you've used it is because Webpack and Parcel and Vite, they're all doing a very non-standard thing. Basically, they convert your code that is non-standard into something that actually works. Where was I? Oh yeah, that was in the migrate file. Yeah, so when you yes, if you're working in like an app that's bundled with Webpack or whatever else, you technically can do this here because they're mixing module imports with destructuring, which is not the same thing because this is named imports technically. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice convenient thing. Makes a lot of sense, but it's technically non-standard. And Deno is doing things the standard way. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. We want this to be... Where am I? Am I using this twin.ts anywhere? Oh. Oh, goodness. What does my import map have? That. Okay. Okay. Why am I doing this? So the whole reason I'm doing this is because after I'm done, then it will be much easier to manage my dependencies. I can use this tool, which will look at that dependencies file and auto-update anything that it finds in there. Right now, that would have been a manual process to look at all of these. So, which is why I'm going through the process of doing all of that. Okay. How do I export everything from an imported thing? Did I check if that tool is... Oh, I mean, I haven't, but... I think also, in general, I'm seeing in the Deno ecosystem, it does make sense to have that deps.ts file. That's the winner. Okay. Import it so we can use it in this file, and then export. So if I do export from, does that make it completely available everywhere else? So the issue is, everywhere else they were requiring in @twind, which is this thing. TW. Yeah. And then I need to point it to a specific import is the issue. This one, I think. Well, I still want @twind because that's this. I guess we got flags working as well. We can remove those. So that points to a specific file in my code base, which makes sense. But that file needs to import from dependencies. I mean, and so now over here, in twind.ts, we need to be able to import that in. twind/sheets not prefixed. It's not okay. I see. Export. Do this? So pool setup here and then export it. Like that. Okay, so that makes it available over here. Great. And then I just want a sheets dependency, which is different. This is something like TW sheets, which is that /sheets. And then over here, this would be import from /dependencies.ts. Then we do this. All right, that's it. Nice. Okay, I figured it out. That should be good because now everywhere else in my code base, that was importing in at twind stays the same because it's still bringing in that. Though it doesn't like this. Has no call signatures. Let's fix that. Over here in twind. Let's see. Let's have a good laugh. Why choose a JSCDN when you can let them compete for your love and affection? First one that resolves wins. Ready? Go. That's funny. Just import from all of them and see which one gets there the fastest. Promise.any. That's hilarious. That's funny. I like that. Okay. The issue is I want to do that. So we're exporting a thing called TW. Oh. Yep, and we'll call this twinned. This is the winner. This is the winner. Or not. Does not. Where is it erroring? Dev.ts. And then mod.ts. I don't have a mod.ts. It's a fresh problem. Does not provide an export name TW. Do I really need both of those? There might have been some code somewhere that I missed. Oh, there definitely was. So import TW. Where am I doing this? Here. Oh, and then that's why. I don't want to pull this in from dependencies. I want to pull this in from at. Okay. We're getting there. All right, next up, Keasley. It's all good. It's all good. We figured that out. Now, this will be... Ooh. Now we have to do the import and then destructure thing. Yeah, so I have... it's probably not necessary. I have one... I mean, maybe it was that one. Yeah. Now I don't need both. Good. Good. So, here's the issue. We need to import Keasley. Like this. And then can we destructure it? Like that? Seems fine. Where else am I importing Keasley? Here? Cool. And then can I use something like this? Type migration equals Keesley. No. I'll have to just do Keesley.migration. Hold Control C and watch the world burn. Like undo all of the stuff that I've done so far. Yeah, we found that out when we first started using it. So the creator of the Keesley library is Finnish, I believe. You see me struggling with these imports. My autocomplete is working not on my behalf. It keeps importing like the wrong thing. Yeah, and then all of these are types. Does anyone know how to do this? Like, I need to destructure the, like, they're just types. Like, do I have to do Keesley dot, or how can I destructure a type from a thing? Does anyone know? Any TypeScript experts out there? Because it's not a value. It's a type declaration. Yeah, I mean that's what I tried to do. So if we do this, oh, you know what? It's exactly that, but instead of consts. Yeah, you're totally right. Well, const type. Oh, no. NFG Codex is like, you're doing it all wrong. But now I can't import. Is it like this? But it can't be in quotes because it needs to. It's coming from dependencies.ts. Yeah. But that's the thing. It's not coming from that. It's coming from this specific thing, which is in that. Like this is the issue. This exports Keesley. Like I could export the individual types here, but I don't want to. So that exports Keesley. And then, like, I can't destructuring is not a thing on this line because I need, like, named imports. Apparently it's not. Okay, import type. Let's try it, Alka. I don't know if it'll work, but let's see. Like, the reason I didn't think it would work is because I wasn't able to import type Keesley from, yeah, not that. Yeah, I mean, I get why this is happening. Like, and it wouldn't make sense to destructure it because that's JavaScript code, and you can't really you don't use types in your JavaScript code. So, It's exporting everything to that module. I can import it from there as well. Yeah, the thing is, I don't want to export the type separately, though. Yeah, so this is it. Basically, I'm trying to put all of my libraries into individual exports here. And DevM, thank you very much. 17 months, that's awesome. Yeah, so it's a named export. So far, the solution has been basically, now I just have to use this. So now I just have to say Keasley.driver. Keasley.database connection. Keasley.database connection. Yeah, so NFG codex is saying we got to do this. I guess that's fine. It's like slightly clearer. It's a little bit more readable. But it's still, we have to, like this one commit is going to be so much code change. All right, PG connection. Property stream query is missing in type, but required. Oh. Fix missing stream type. Cool. And then was this one complaining too? Another to do. Property stream query is missing in type PG connection, but required in type. Same thing. Same thing. I understand it. Fix it later. Well, we have this other to-do, which is don't write our own code to do this. The other to-do is pull in a dependency that does all this for us, and then I could just get rid of it. Sleep on this commit before pushing. I could push it to a separate branch. All right. Do we have any other? Yep, this needs to be fixed. And this is at, okay, here's the, oof, here it comes. Import C and Keasley from here, and then all of these are Keasley dots now. Shouldn't that be like that? Great. Am I using it anywhere else? I am. Okay. Oof. These are types. And Bob's Paradox. Hi. Thanks for the resub, Bob. Okay. Same thing. Wait, what is capital K Keasley? Is it literally Keasley.Keasley? Oh, it is. I see. It's Keasley.Keasley. Okay, I was like, what is happening here? Yeah, all right. Now, for all of these, we say that. And that. Can I import Keasley and do type of? I don't think so, because type of is a runtime thing. It's not like a compile time thing. All right, that's everything. Cool. And now in our import map, Keasley be gone. Okay, we're getting there. True, type of is used. So maybe, I don't know. I think I tried too many times. So yeah, that's. I mean, it's in the reason SQL works and the others don't is because SQL is a specific function exported by this library. Where were we just now? I think we were in migrations. Yeah. So SQL is literally a function. It's a function that we can call, and we were calling it when we were defining our schemas for like native types. Where is it? Where's an example? I guess the default dates would have it. Yeah, so right here. This is literally a function that takes in a string and that will be used as a SQL query. Whereas these other things were just types. They weren't functions, which is why we have to do this. But this one can be imported. Okay, next up, Postgres. Only one. You love to see it. Refers to a value, but is being used as a type. Dang it! Oh, I need to do both. Dang it. That's really weird to me that I can create the instances, but if I'm referencing the type, I do have to namespace it. It's true, Oscar. I am just decimating your code here. Okay. Should be good. Now we can remove it from our import map. Has this taken me an entire hour? I'm just going to put it on. I'm done. I'm done for now. I'm done. I am going to put it to do. Where's the best place to put it to do? In here. To do. Replace all other import maps. I do agree. It's a good refactoring. It's also, I don't think it's something that I want to do on, like, I could do this off stream and that would be perfectly fine. Because it's literally, like, it's not changing the functionality of anything. Let's make sure everything still works. Let's make sure we can at least log in and all that. And then I'll push this to like a work in progress branch. And also I'll link to this. Well, no, it's fine, Mark. Like I've seen it and I agree, but I think the other issue, like the other reason we're doing this is like then I can benefit from this tool, which will just go through and then grab the latest versions of everything, which is nice. All right, let's test the app. Homepage still loads. We can still log in. We still have a not found page. We can still do that. We can, okay, it seems fine. Seems fine. So I'm gonna check out a branch called depths move import map to depths. dep bundling. Look at all the code we had to change. Oh, man. Isn't there like a construction emoji? Work in progress. Trunk dependencies. Maybe this is another one. Does it look at an import map? I still need to update to deps.ts. I'm still gonna do that. Okay, so that got pushed up. You know, this whole project it's just like a case study in software development where most of the time we're spending is on like dependency management and like code style and configuration, and we're not actually adding features. But this is like a commentary on modern day development, though. I feel like, yeah. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I could think that's the other thing is like a lot of this is we're in uncharted territory. We're also in like things that I haven't done before, so I have to figure them out. But yeah, this is what we're getting paid for. Our startup is getting paid to configure a Deno app. Cool. Yeah. Shark turn up. I'll show this to my PMs. I'll show this stream to my PMs when they ask why I'm not shipping features. Yeah. You know what it's like? Hal from Malcolm in the Middle. There's an opening scene where it's like he went to go fix a light bulb, but then something else was wrong. And okay, yak shaving, yeah. All right, let's watch this. This is how we're gonna end the stream because this is basically our entire process of this app so far. Oh yeah, okay, so first the light bulb doesn't work, so he needs to fix that. And also, yeah, I guess we're dealing with 480p. Maybe there's a better one? Oh well, we'll watch it in bad quality, and then I'll go.
Al, can you replace that light bulb in the kitchen?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Yep. Okay. What does it look like I'm doing? Okay. What are we doing? Let's remind ourselves. We're building an app to create and share a list of places to visit. Okay, I am gonna go though. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I appreciate you all. You're all being good sports is the thing, cause like, is it really that interesting to watch me update dependencies and like fix little random to-dos and type errors? I don't know, maybe it is, but I do appreciate you all hanging out and chatting and stuff like that. So yeah. What does it look like I'm doing? Yeah, no, it's exactly what happened today, because we fixed one to-do, and that created 4 more to-dos. I don't know. Yeah. Go practice on your drone. Awesome. Have fun with that. Okay, yeah, we're going to go on a raid. Let's get that ready. If you are a sub, you can use this raid message. Just laughing at Oscar with all the marquees. So I need to, that's another thing that I need to fix though, is somehow in DOM Purify, I need to limit the amount of nesting. But yeah, thank you, Mike the Tree Climber. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that, Bajosi. Listen to me in the background. Okay. Follow over on YouTube. I'm very likely going to be uploading how to build an Express TypeScript MongoDB API with testing. That'll get uploaded tomorrow, hopefully, or Sunday. Some point this weekend, it'll get uploaded. Check out the current video over on YouTube. It's an intro to TypeScript if you're interested in that kind of thing. And just, check out the YouTube channels in general. We have an archive channel and then a regular channel as well. No, I like fun, Oscar. It's just, this has literally broken my overlay in OBS, and I don't want that to happen, which is why I'm gonna fix that. Yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. What else? I've got a Twitter. I've got an email list you can sign up on. Every Monday I send out what we're gonna do this week, and we've been doing a coding challenge as well. So if you join the mailing list, usually we only did it week before last, but we'll do it again this upcoming week. I post a challenge in the email and on the Discord, and then we have a channel on Discord where you can share your challenge solution. So join the Discord if you'd like to participate in that, and also sign up for the mailing list. All right, you all are awesome. This was even though we did a whole lot of other stuff that wasn't exactly application development, it was still fun. I appreciate your input. I appreciate you all. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you next time. If you want to see when I go live next, check out the calendar there. I keep the calendar on Twitch updated, so you can tune in then. All right, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.